pozdrav, dobrodošli na mednarodni konferenci Pozdravljena prihodnost na zeleno do kakovostnega življenja. Lep pozdrav vsem prijateljem, vsem gostom danes v dvorani in vsem, ki nas spremljate preko video povezav. Dobrodošli na konferenci, čakata nas dva fantastična dneva, odlični sogovorniki, odlični strokovnjaki, odlična predavanja na temo zelenega prestrukturiranja, zelene prihodnosti. Z nami bodo fantastični strokovnjaki z področja zelenih politik, energetike in gospodarstva. Moje ime je Denis, jaz sem Velenjčan. Kaj pomeni Velenjčan? Res ta pravi Velenjčan. Eden od mojih dedkov je bil rudar, drug dedek je delal v termoelektrarni, ampak zanimivo, na tale dogodek sem se pripeljal z električnim avtomobilom, elektriko, za katerega pridobivam iz sončne elektrarne, nameščene na moji domači hiši. Tako da zelena preobrazba, vsaj pri nas v družini, se absolutno dogaja. Ampak zelena preobrazba ni samo to. Ni samo to, da bomo vsi vozili zelene avtomobile, je mnogo več. Je prestrukturiranje, je zagotavljanje ne zgolj delovnih mest in denarje, je ustvarjanje politik, ustvarjanje okolja, v katerega se bomo Velenjčani in ostali radi vračali, v katerem bomo videli svojo prihodnost in par stvari še tukaj povem, ok? Kako minutko, da gremo naprej. Seveda tega dogodka ne bi bilo brez naših prijateljev, ki so nam pomagali pri organizaciji. Prva je tu mestna občina Velenje, zato na oder vabim župana mestne občine Velenje, Petra Drmola. Pride on. Hvala. A bi jaz tudi kar po angleško njo napovedal? Veleposlanica. Prosim? Okay. So this event was also supported heavily by our friends from the Embassy of the Republic of Germany in Ljubljana. So I'm very happy to announce, to welcome to this stage, Ms. Natalie Keuter, Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the German Republic to Slovenia. Thank you. Welcome to this stage. Ona pove par stvari. Najlepša hvala. Zdaj pa je čas, da odpremo to mednarodno konferenco z prvim predavanjem. Preko spletne povezave se nam bo pridružila dr. Ana Sobčak. Dr. Ana Sobčak prihaja iz Evropske komisije, z Generalnega direktorata za energetiko, kjer koordinira strateške programe premogovnih regij v tranziciji v okviru Evropskega zelenega dogovora. Njeno predavanje ima naslov Podpora EU premogovnim regijam pri prehodu na čisto energijo in nizkoogljično gospodarstvo, izkušnje EU pri pobudah za podporo premogovnim regijam v tranziciji. Dr. Sobčakova več let deluje v Evropski uniji, ker se aktivno udejstvuje na področju regionalnega, lokalnega in gospodarskega razvoja ter širitve Evropske unije. V preteklih letih je sooblikovala energetsko in podnebno politiko Evropske komisije, trenutno pa je odgovorna za usklajevanje politik za premogovniške regije v prehodu v okviru zelenega sporazuma EU pri Generalnem direktoratu za energetiko DG Energy. Izvolite.
Ena. Dobro. Mala. Wow. Znižava. Še. En, dva. Ena, dva. Ja, to imaš ti za znižati. To imaš tam pol vršiti. Vse pogledati. Ja. Ok. Ena. 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 Res. Pok. Pok.
Hello. Ena, dva, osem, 5000, 1000, takle ponovadi govorci vedno govorijo, ne? 1, 8, ne, hecam se. Yes, I'm going to be speaking about energy efficiency reform evolution in Ukraine. It's amazing. There's 51.6% of something, and that's 974. You want me to go through the slides? Okay. Še slide prenke, ne? Ni treba? Tule se vam ful miga tole. Pa ropoče. Ne, to je tole, kaj moj računalnik. Zakaj se miga? A je kabel od spodaj? Ko bo to se bo dotikal, se vam bo ropotalo, sem to.
Bomo podložili računalnik.
Defekt mi je. A ga dvigne?
Ne, to je pač toliko že obremenjeno tudi.
Če
Ne,
razbremeniš.
to ne smemo klikati. To bomo malo podložili, pa bo.
Ja, sem ropotalo, vam se zadreti.
Okej.
Gremo. Ne, sem mislil, že kako vprašanje, kako bo to izgledalo, še to me zanima.
Aha, vprašanje, okej.
Kako bo- Ali pa ne?
1, 2.
CD, boljš. Rapoče, ne, se tako glavno.
Drugače pa se ga skoraj ne pika v bistvu.
A ja, ne vem. Veš, ki so oni, ko se zahaklajo, tule sem pa pride, tremo, pa tako le zdržim.
Kdo bo probal?
Veš kaj še, če kaj si še mislila? A ja, prineseš belih listov ali pa kar en blok za prevajanje.
Kar povemo za vprašanje, kaj ima prej? Imamo to. Imamo to. A do 30 se dela, kaj?
A bomo imeli en mikrofon ali dva?
Opa.
En mikrofon ali dva,
Lepa hvala, dr. Sobčakov. Zdaj je čas za vaše vprašanje iz publike. Izvolite, gospa v zelenem.
Dobimo programe, zdajle, v roku 5 minut bo vse tukaj. A se v redu sliši?
Gospa v zelenem, vaše vprašanje?
Moje vprašanje je, koliko denarja bo dala Evropska unija za prestrukturiranje premogovne regije?
Najlepša hvala. So, Mrs. Sobčak, the question that we have from the audience is how much money is going to be spent, how much money will be provided from the European Union for green restructuring in Slovenia? No? Ne. Brez veze. Nežno osvetliti, pa to je to.
Nehimo,
Tako je tole.
ne.
Tako je tole, vse je tole super. The best, da se vidi, da je odprta. Ja?
Ja, ker če bo presvetlo, še bo kjermo narodu.
Torej, lepa hvala, gospod Sobčak. Še kakšno vprašanje?
A bo dovolj en mikrofon ali probamo z dvema? Bo imela dve punci. Bomo imeli razkuževalne robčke.
Jaz mislim, da bistveno hitreje ne bo. Če bo ona punca se takrat, ko se začne vprašanje, tajle postavlja, a vidiš tule, lahko gre levo ali pa desno, po mojem, po istem. Lepa hvala, gremo dalje. Imamo to. Bom rekel, da je gostitelj. Show me the money. Zdaj se pa slišimo.
Test 1, 2, 3, CCC, test 1, 2, 3, en lep dober dan, pozdravljeni vsi zbrani, test. Ja, jaz sem dvojka, ja, to enkaj pa on. Aljo, reči, da ne probajo. Ja, mene me bolj, v tega me je sigurno bolj na glave. Bolj na tiho. Mene pa bolj na tiho, tako. Ja, se vidim. Ja, lej, takole. To se ti zdaj, ne? Ja, ta prvo enka. Dobre, kulčine ples vendar. Ja. Evo, zdaj moraš dobiti oboje. Tak. Aha, ne, ja, manj. Unga, pa to bo foš malo pogledati.
Je, ugasno ga je. Se lahko igram z njim? Sem vprašam, nekomu naživite? Je že kdo živčen? Še ni? Spoštovani in spoštovane, pozdravljeni na današnji konferenci v Velenju, v kulturnem domu v Velenju. Bomo pa danes govorili o energy efficiency, reform evolution in Ukraine. Se pravi, kar nekaj govorcev se bo razvrstilo na našem odru. Upam, da slišimo tolmače na vseh kanalih. Se pravi, na prvem kanalu ne piskam jaz, ampak nekdo drug. Na prvem kanalu bomo poslušali slovenščino, na drugem kanalu bomo poslušali angleški jezik in na tretjem ukrajinski jezik. Upam, da se vsi slišimo. Tako je. Če se ne slišimo, to ni moja krivda. Fantje, dajmo to zrihtati, no. Mislim, da je to. Brez pripomb.
test, test, 1, 2, test, 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 1, 2, 3. Ja, ne vem, po moje, upam. Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test, 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 test 1, 2, 3, test, test, test. Welcome future. 2, 0, 2, 1. On ima 14 sekund delaya tam. Test, test, ja, test 1, 2, 3. 14 sekund imaš zamika gor zdaj, vsaj minimalno to. Ok, hvala.
Good morning, Anna Sobczak from European Commission. Can you hear me?
Test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, tako da boš slišal oba dva. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, ja, 37, unga kar nabiti. Test 1, 2, ne, tega. Ja, se moje lahko nižji, unga pa nabiti čist do klipa skoraj. Veš kako, sploh ni problema, važno, da dobiš noter unga nabiti do klipa, enko, pol klipa. Nič ne dobivam noter. Da je to škateljca malo bolj, tako kot je rekel, da ne vem, kaj govori. Tam levo, tisti so oddajniki. Ja. Do zgore pa pobira, test 1, 2, 3. IR. Evo, lej, ja to govorijo, malo pa nekaj, kar tako lej. Zdaj dobivam, ja, prej pa nič. Lej, kar tako lej. Tole. Čakaj zdaj pa naj govorijo. Test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test, 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 test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, c, 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 test, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test, 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 test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test, test, test. Daj uno, povej zadaj. Daj uno je pripravo. Čakaj, tam imaš, daj, veš kaj, no. Test 1, 2, 3. Daj mi samo poslušati. Test, 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 test 1, 2, 3, test 1. Tam je sam šum. Tukaj sam šum pride. Test 1, 2. Mi imamo test 1, 2, 3. Test. Ne, slovenščina. Test 1, 2, 3.
En, dva. Imaš? En, dva. Ja, dej, ker je zelo.
Test, ena, dva. Mikrofon je skozi oklopljen, ne rabim jaz kaj klikati, karkoli. Tako da ga imam skozi pred sebe. Ne. Ok. Moram paziti, da kakih nepotrebnih zvokov ne slišim. Ja.
Pa ti bom postavil, da boš ti tle pritisnila. Se pravi, pri rdeči gori je pritisnila za kamero. Aha, ok. Se lahko prvo, če vam je skladu, totalno.
Test, ena, dva.
Lep pozdrav, dragi gostje, lep pozdrav, dragi prijatelji Savinjsko-Šaleške regije. Dobrodošli na tej mednarodni konferenci Pozdravljena prihodnost na zeleno do kakovostnejšega življenja. 2 dni fantastičnih dogodkov sta pred nami, enkratnih predavanj, enkratnih pogovorov s posamezniki, ki vključno vplivajo na našo prihodnost. Strokovnjakov z področja energetike, strokovnjakov z področja energetske politike in strokovnjakov iz gospodarstva, ki nam bodo skupaj pomagali razumeti, kaj nas pravzaprav čaka v prihodnjih nekaj letih oziroma v prihodnjih nekaj desetletjih v Savinjsko-Šaleški regiji. Res je pred nami fantastična 2 dneva. Moje ime je Denis Oštir in lahko ponosno rečem, da sem Velenjčan. Sem v bistvu pravi Velenjčan. Moj ded, eden od njiju, je delal v rudniku, drugi ded je delal v termoelektrarni, najprej v termoelektrarni Velenje, potem v termoelektrarni Šoštanj, ampak jaz sem se na ta dogodek pripeljal s svojim električnim avtomobilom, ki ga polnim z elektriko, ki jo pridobivam v svoji sončni elektrarni. Tako da pri nas doma se je v bistvu prehod na zeleno nekako že zgodil. Ampak prehod na zeleno v neki širši regiji, kot je Savinjsko-Šaleška regija, ni zgolj kupovanje električnih avtomobilov, ni zgolj postavljanje fotovoltaičnih elektrarn, ampak je mnogo več. Je zagotavljanje prihodnosti. Prestrukturiranje ni zgolj, kot rečeno, kupovanje električnih vozil, ampak tudi ni zgolj zagotavljanje denarja. Je predvsem zagotavljanje vsebine, ki lahko tej regiji zagotovi kakovostno prihodnost. In o tem se bomo pogovarjali, o tem, kako naj bo proces prestrukturiranja pravičen do vseh deležnikov, do podjetij, do posameznikov in tudi do okolja. In ravno to je razlog, da smo se o praznovanju občinskega praznika odločili, da organiziramo to mednarodno konferenco z naslovom Pozdravljena prihodnost na zeleno do kakovostnejšega življenja, s katero želimo predstaviti primere dobrih praks iz evropskih mest in regij na poti izstopa iz premoga. Zakaj primeri dobrih praks? Ker so ravno ti lahko podlaga za zagotavljanje kakovostne zgodbe v naši Savinjsko-Šaleški regiji. Tega dogodka zagotovo ne bi bilo brez podpornikov in organizatorjev, v prvi meri zagotovo Mestne občine Velenje, zato na oder vabim gostitelja tega dogodka, župana Mestne občine Velenje, Petra Dermola.
Hvala lepa, spoštovani zbrani tukaj v dvorani in seveda tudi spoštovani tisti, ki nas gledate preko socialnih oziroma spletnih omrežij. Prijazno dobrodošli in pravzaprav še z tega mesta enkrat več iskrena čestitka ob našem občinskem prazniku. Včeraj je naše mesto praznovalo. Tako kot smo že včeraj dejali, je jutri seveda nov dan, in že naslednjega dne bomo zavihali rokave in pričeli delati tisto, kar pravzaprav javnost od nas pričakuje in kar si Velenje in seveda naša regija tudi zaslužijo. Pred nami je veliko izzivov. V zadnjem letu smo mnogo naših naporov in energije vložili v proces prestrukturiranja naše regije. Če sem iskren, imam velikokrat občutek, da smo pri tem vprašanju osamljeni ali da smo neslišani ali pa vsaj neuslišani. Zato smo se odločili, da letošnjega leta in letošnji občinski praznik obeležimo tudi na takšen način, da z mednarodno konferenco povemo, kaj pravzaprav si tukaj v Velenju želimo in kaj pravzaprav si v Velenju zaslužimo. Z tega mesta bi se iskreno zahvalil nemški veleposlanici v Sloveniji, njeni ekscelenci Nataliji Kauter, ki me je pred nekaj tedni oziroma meseci sprejela, kjer smo predstavili našo idejo po organiziranosti tovrstne konference in jo seveda prosili tudi za podporo. To podporo smo dobili tudi v obliki tega, da bomo pravzaprav tekom današnjega dne imeli priložnost slišati mnoge strokovnjake iz tega področja, da bomo imeli možnost in priložnost slišati, kako so se drugod po svetu, v tujini, soočili s tem vprašanjem. Za željo seveda, da jutri ob koncu konference dobimo dobre ali kvalitetne iztočnice, kako naj pravzaprav naši strateški dokumenti izgledajo, kako naj bodo sestavljeni in kaj naj zakonodaja predvideva za to, da se bo naša regija resnično prestrukturirala v skladu s pravičnim prehodom. 5000 delovnih mest je v Velenju ogroženih. To predstavlja približno 18% mase plač. To predstavlja, da bi lahko 8,5% naših domačih gospodinjstev ostalo brez svojega prihodka. Zato še enkrat več z tega mesta. Naša stališča so seveda jasna. Potrebno je v sklopu pravičnega prehoda prestrukturirati teh 5000 delovnih mest. Ne samo za naše rodarje, ampak tudi za naše otroke, ki bodo ostali brez delovnih mest, tistih, ki so posredno ali neposredno povezani s premogovniško dejavnostjo. 40 000 gospodinjstev je vezanih na toplotno energijo, na toplotno oskrbo. Zaradi tega sistema daljinskega ogrevanja imamo v Velenju najbolj čist zrak. Pa smo na to seveda ponosni, ampak tudi ta proces je seveda v prihodnosti ogrožen. Ogrožen z izstopom iz premoga. In pričakujemo strani države, da nam bo tukaj v tem procesu preobrazbe daljinskega ogrevanja stala ob strani. Imamo mnoge degradirane površine, za katera se seveda bojimo, ker si ne želimo, da bi prekupčevalci po izstopu iz premoga enostavno prekupčevali s temi nepremičninami, s temi zemljišči, ampak želimo, da so to zemljišča, ki so uporabljena v nadaljni razvoj naše doline, naše regije, za odpiranje novih delovnih mest, za nove tehnologije, pravzaprav za ustvarjanje nekih novih priložnosti. In mi vsi skupaj v Velenju in v Saša regiji smo prepričani, da potrebujemo za to dovolj časa. Kolikšen je tisti čas, je v največji meri seveda odvisen tudi od finančnih virov. 1,1 milijarde evrov projektov smo identificirali v tej prvi fazi, ki bi jih lahko seveda, s katerimi bi lahko uspešno prestrukturirali našo regijo. Na voljo imamo 235 milijonov evrov evropskih nepovratnih sredstev za 2 regiji. Naše stališče je seveda, da je teh sredstev veliko premalo. Zato želimo na vse te dileme, ki se nam pojavljajo in ki sem jih tudi osebno izpostavil v tem trenutku, dobiti jasne odgovore in predvsem dobre iztočnice za to, da bo lahko država z vključenostjo lokalne skupnosti pripravila kvalitetne strateške dokumente in kvalitetno zakonodajo. Samo na takšen način bomo seveda ustvarili zaupanje naše javnosti, pa tudi konec koncev občinskih oblasti, do pravičnega prehoda, do tega, da ne bomo kogarkoli pozabili, da ne bomo kogarkoli pustili na cedilu. Hvala vsem tistim, ki ste si vzeli čas in boste aktivno sodelovali na tej konferenci. Iskreno sem počaščen in se vam seveda v imenu vseh Velenjčank in Velenjčanov in v imenu Saše regije tudi iskreno zahvaljujem. Veselim se vseh predavanj in seveda veselim se tudi vseh primerov dobrih praks, ki so v tujini že kar poznane, pri nas pa na tem področju seveda orjemo ledino. Hvala lepa.
Lepa hvala županu. Kot je povedal že župan, te konference ne bi bilo brez izdatne pomoči, res izdatne pomoči Veleposlaništva Republike Nemčije v Ljubljani. Zato na oder za njen pozdravni govor oziroma uvodni govor vabim tudi veleposlanico Republike Nemčije v Sloveniji, njeno ekscelenco Nathalie Kauter. Ms. Kauter, please join me on stage. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, you just talked about it. When we met in Ljubljana a few months ago, we discussed what impact the decision to end coal mining in Slovenia would have on your community and on the people of Velenje. And when you asked whether the German embassy could help establish contacts with experts on transformation of coal regions, we were more than happy to support you. I'm very grateful to all those contributing from Germany today and for their valuable insights. Velenje has been a coal region for many decades. Coal mining has shaped the region and the life of countless families and generations for much longer than Slovenia actually exists. Roughly a third of all jobs in your community, you told me, are somehow related to the coal mining. The decision to abandon coal and focus on other forms of energy will thus severely affect those living and working here. But you're in good company, as this is true for many parts in Europe. More and more member states are going down the same path after having decided to fade out, eventually stop coal-fired energy generation, as we do also in Germany. On the occasion of the closure of the last hard coal mine in 2019, German Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier acknowledged that for all the miners, it was a day of mourning and an end to a big piece of German history. And this is actually true for the European Union as a whole. Economic prosperity in the European Union and even the European community itself root in the mining industry. It was the Coal and Steel Union, founded in 1952, that first brought Europe and Europeans together. The end of coal mining in the EU will thus put an end to a big piece of European history. So we are not exaggerating to call this a historic challenge. And yet, you have entitled your conference "How to Survive the End of Coal Mining," but rather to face this challenge with an optimistic, hello future. And rightly so, because coal-free power generation is the future. Sustainability is not an elitist talking point, nothing that we can afford or choose whether to afford. On the contrary, we cannot afford any longer not to act sustainably. Because of climate change and its disastrous effects, structural change is not simply desirable, but it is indispensable. At the same time, it is clear, and you mentioned it, that many people are worried about the effects of this decision, that they understand it in terms of climate policy, but that they fear for their livelihoods, their families, and their jobs. When Germany shut down its hard coal mines after 150 years of continued exploitation, tens of thousands of jobs were lost. The entire regions all over Germany were facing the immense challenges of successfully transforming and opening an entirely new chapter in order to maintain economic prosperity and social cohesion. The challenge thus is to create a concrete perspective for new future-proof jobs in the affected regions, to develop a mix of instruments that bring together economic development, structural change, social compatibility, social cohesion, and climate protection, and to ensure that the investments necessary for structural change are being made. And as your community hasn't been the one deciding the end of coal mining here, this is a challenge for the whole state of Slovenia, not for the community of Velenje only. So drawing from the German experience, I would like to assure you that if all necessary stakeholders work hand in hand, it is possible to successfully take up this challenge and achieve something unique. We are handling this structural change by creating new jobs even before all the old jobs will have disappeared. Germany will invest billions of euros in order to give the people in the affected areas new opportunities for their future. And we will move public jobs into the regions. So Germany has already walked a part of the way, and that's still lying ahead of you. And this is why I'm particularly happy that as a result of our talks in July, we were able to establish contacts with experts from the German public and private sector that will share their experience and knowledge with you today and tomorrow. This is actually the heart of our excellent Slovenian-German relations, that we support each other and learn from one another. In this sense, thank you for inviting me to this important conference. It's a pleasure to be here, and I wish you productive and successful talks and hope that the community of Vilenia, with the necessary support of all other actors in government and economy, will manage a successful start into the post-coal era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for these warm, welcoming remarks and especially being optimistic in what we are facing in the future. Zdaj čas, da začnemo s predstavitvami. Zgolj tehnično opozorilo oziroma tehnični podatek. Prevodi za vsa predavanja so. Dobili ste prevajalne naprave, na številki 1 prevodi v slovenskem jeziku, na številki 2 v angleškem in na številki 3 v ukrajinskem jeziku. Zdaj pa je čas za prvo predavanje. Dr. Ana Sobčak deluje v Evropski komisiji v Generalnem direktoratu za energetiko, kjer je koordinatorica za strateške programe premogovnih regij v tranziciji v okviru Evropskega zelenega dogovora. Dr. Sobčakova je v preteklih letih sooblikovala energijsko in podnebno politiko Evropske komisije, trenutno pa je odgovorna za usklajevanje politik za premogovniške regije v prehodu v okviru zelenega sporazuma EU pri Generalnem direktoratu za energetiko. Naslov njenega nastopa pa podpora EU premogovnim regijam pri prehodu na čisto energijo in nizkoogljično gospodarstvo. To predavanje, prvo predavanje bo spletno.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms.
From
Sobczak. We hear you
European
well.
Commission DG Energy. I hope you can hear me and see me well.
Yes, we can hear you and hear you well. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you here virtually. I really hope that one day we will be able to meet in person and I could visit your region and the city of Vilnius. As indicated, I will share with you our European support for coal regions towards clean energy and low carbon economy with the experience, based on the experiences of our EU initiatives for coal regions in transition. With that, I just want to check whether you see well my screen and if it's okay.
We see everything and hear everything very well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. So without further ado, I will start with something that all of us experienced over this summer. As you know, Europe has its warmest summer on record this year. So the climate disaster is, in fact, something that all of us are facing. The surface air temperature anomaly for this August. And we at the European Commission, we are taking the steps in policy making to help and to assist countries and regions and citizens with the challenges they are facing. In this context, you know that our Indeed, our European Green Deal is our growth strategy. Our clean energy transition is also a source of opportunities for the EU. That's our policy context. So we hope that there will be over 1 million jobs created in clean energy sectors across the EU. We are also aware that some sectors, regions, and communities across the EU are more affected than others, and it particularly refers to the coal regions and carbon-intensive regions. Currently, across the EU, there are over 200,000 jobs in the coal, peat, and oil shale sectors which will be affected. Therefore, we at the European Commission, we're putting forward a set of different policy instruments to help you in the pathway towards low carbon economy and also in the pathway towards climate neutrality. So as you know, we started with clean energy for Europeans, our then European Green Deal, then accompanying financing instruments that my colleague will later speak about. And recently, this summer, we also put forward Fit for 55 package, which is in fact the legislative package how to reach climate neutrality. So what the EU Green Deal is about is about improving the quality of life of current, but also of future generations. It's also a roadmap with actions ahead of collecting recovery and common future. And one of the main elements is helping ensure a just and inclusive transition, leaving no one behind. And we hope with the European Green Deal that we are going to create hundreds, thousands of new green jobs. And we also hope this is indeed green energy transition, a source of opportunities for all. And in the long term, it will make Europe more resilient and strategically autonomous. And we hope to lead by example in the whole world. Where the energy policy stands in the EU agenda. In fact, energy policy is essential to our European Green Deal, the growth strategy, to make Europe the world's first climate neutral continent by 2050. We strive for all EU citizens to have access to clean, secure, affordable and reliable energy. And we hope that its energy is one of the sectors where recovery-related investments is more effective in terms of jobs and growth. And in the context of the Fit for 55 package, so our legislation package which supports the commitment to reduce the net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2050. And this legislative package delivers the transformational change needed for a fair, cost-efficient and competitive way. And it consists, as you can see, of a series of 13 different proposals, which 8 of them are revisions to existing law and 5 are new proposals. What are also our tools to reach our objectives? Of course, as you know, all the member states have the obligation to prepare the national energy and climate plans where they set out the strategy, how they want to reach the objectives of climate neutrality. Then the European Commission carries out the individual assessment of those national energy and climate plans. And these reports consist of the various aspects related to subsidies, price and cost competitiveness, energy efficiency, renewables, and the internal energy market. These documents for us are the main reference documents as far as the energy and climate policies in the member states are concerned. And also they serve the basis as well with the reference to territorial just transition plans in relation to just transition plan. What is now the current state of play of national coal phase-out commitments? As you can see, up to now, 9 member states are coal-free as 2021. More member states set out as well the clear dates for the coal phase-out. And there are 4 member states, including Slovenia, which also consider the date for phase-out date are under consideration. So far, only in Bulgaria there is no phase-out planned. We've heard last week that Slovenia mentioned the date 2033, and we look forward to the clear political commitments. Now let me move to the aspects in relation to our initiative for coal regions in transition, where we set up the forum for stakeholder dialogue with a wider community. It's the initiative which was set up 4 years ago and brings together 11 member states across 14 EU member states with coal, lignite, peat and oil shale regions, and has also a dedicated secretariat that manages the activities of the initiative. What do we do in the framework of the initiative? It's in fact an open forum of stakeholder dialogue with a wider community. And we're very pleased with the active participation of Slovenian regional and local stakeholders in our initiative for coal regions in transition. We discussed their issues in relation to decarbonizing energy production, diversifying local economy, collecting brainstorming and exchange of best practices and sharing experience. And that's the core of our initiative. Unfortunately, due to the current circumstances in relation to COVID, we were not able to meet in person in the last over a year. However, we were preparing and we met several times in a virtual context. Also in our initiative, we assist regions in helping them with energy transition strategies, regional and local. We also help them to identify energy transition related projects and match them with different funding opportunities. It's a bottom-up initiative bringing all the different wider community of stakeholders. Initiative for coal regions, it's not only multi-level dialogue, it's also a knowledge hub where we provide different guidance materials, methodology, reports and toolkits on transition-related issues, especially important for coal regions in transition related to environmental rehabilitation, land repurposing, governance on transition, reskilling, upskilling, and soon there will be upcoming toolkit dedicating to financing projects in coal regions in transition with different funding opportunities. We also organize a dedicated webinar series. Our secretariat for technical assistance for coal regions in transition also offers a dedicated tailor-made support to 7 regions in 6 member states. Those regions receive a technical support for strategy development, for project identification, for governance of transition and capacity development. This technical assistance aims to help them once the Just Transition Fund and also Just Transition Mechanism investments are available. So the regions are ready to tap into those funding and they are ready as well with the concrete projects. Now let me move to concrete examples of sharing good practices with the energy transition. So one is from Silesia in coal region, Europe and in Poland. It's about revitalization of brownfields sites. There is often a big problem related what to do when the coal with the land when the coal mine is closed down. Is on one hand. On the other hand, companies often struggle to find the investment locations. So that's why in Silesia, they created a dedicated database which is accessible to investors and experts, which bring together all different locations, the land where could be used for the investments. And then they connect the abilities with investment innovation for new economic functions. Another example is also from Poland, which is about involving the workforce in just transition. Wielkopolska is the only Polish region that so far aims to phase out coal within the next 9 years. And this coal regions works very closely with trade unions, with the coal miners, to help them to explore different economic opportunities for them. So how they can facilitate the transition of the labor force from a coal mine, away from coal mining and coal power plants towards different diversified economic opportunities. Another example is related to Romania, Juvali, which is about the retraining of miners for energy transition. So the main problem in the region was a lack of economic diversification. What can be done to assist the coal miners who are at the risk of losing their jobs? And in the context of absence of national coal plan for coal phase out, there was still different plans developed for reskilling of workers and training of local miners to become technicians working in Romanian wind industry. I know that you will later hear an example from Lausitz, Germany, so I will not dwell more on this case. However, I will move to the last but not least example, which is from Asturias, Spain, which is about the social dialogue, bringing together all different stakeholders around the table to develop a long-term strategy. And what is important about this case, that it's not only about long-term economic development within one sector, but also bringing the insights from the sectors such as the different industrials, textile, automobile, and from the private trade unions, research, government. So it was a dedicated process to reaching out the solutions, how to deal with the challenges associated with a pathway towards climate neutrality and just transition. I would also would like to present you briefly the new initiative that we launched last year, which we call a sister initiative for our EU initiative for coal regions in transition. That's an initiative for coal regions in transition in Western Balkans and Ukraine. So we want to share the experiences that we have in the EU with our neighbors in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. So we're also similarly creating an open platform for region-wide multi-stakeholder dialogue of sharing experience. We're also building ties with European coal regions and with the partners in Western Balkans and Ukraine. We are also now setting a dedicated coal regions learning academy where we hope to build capacity in the coal regions that share the various challenges related to the energy transition. In the framework of the initiative, we also assist in accessing technical assistance to develop transition roadmaps, and we also help to facilitate the access to the funding for coal regions. And we do it together with various international partners. So besides the European Commission, we also bring the expertise from the World Bank, European Investment Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Energy Community Secretariat, Poland's government, represented by National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, as well as the academic expertise from College of Europe in Natoli. We're focusing in this initiative specifically on 17 regions, and we hope to also share and engage them in our dialogue with multi-stakeholder dialogue. We also hope to share good experiences and practices with European regions. So what we do with the initiative, we're building a comprehensive database of stakeholders to establish this relationship, covering different stakeholders such as state, regional, local authorities, private sector, youth organization, trade unions, and academic institutions. And here there is a invitation for you to sign up for the initiative, for the newsletter, so then you can receive information what are the new developments in this initiative. We're also setting a COL region exchange program, bringing together experience from the EU region and the COL region, Western Balkans and Ukraine. So we hope to foster the exchange of knowledge and experience and good practice. There is a still ongoing call for expression of interest till the end of September. So if any Slovenian COL region stakeholders would like to participate in the COL region exchange program, so local authorities of Velenje, socio-economic actors, civil society representatives of the companies, you are welcome to contact our dedicated secretariat for COL regions in transition in Western Balkans and Ukraine. With this, I also warmly invite you for our next Just Transition platform meeting, where you will find out more about the developments of COL regions in transition and also carbon-intensive COL regions, which will take place on the 15th and 17th November. Still, unfortunately, in virtual context, but we hope that next year we will be able to meet in person. Thank you very much for your attention and wishing you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sobczak. Please stay on the line just a little bit with us. Are you still hearing us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah, so stay on the line just a little bit. We want to open up the floor to any potential questions from our audience. We'd like to make this as interactive as possible. Če je morebiti kakšno vprašanje iz publike za našo gostjo, izvolite, v tem trenutku imate možnost, po vsakem predavanju bomo odprli tudi možnost za vaše vprašanja. Če jih ni, there's not any questions from the audience, but let me start with, I'll say a slightly provocative question. When do you think the last coal mine in Europe, based on your experience, will close?
Thank you for this question. And I wish anyone would know the answer.
What is your estimate?
I would avoid giving a precise date. However, I really hope we will find out more once we received all the territorial just transition plans, where indeed all the coal regions who are eligible to tap into just transition fund and also just transition mechanism will indicate the date by which they plan to phase out coal and close the coal mines. Also in those plans, and I know my colleague Sanders Happers will speak more about it, they will indicate how it will affect the labor force and what are different mitigating measures which will be put in place. Because as you know, our Just Transition Fund, Just Transition Mechanism is about assisting and mitigating the social economic consequences of the transition. So I will answer you this question once we will read and review and assess all the territorial just transition plans. I'm also very curious to see the dates. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your answer. We do have a question from the audience. Izvolite, če se lahko predstavite, a potem postavite vprašanje.
Hvala lepa, Karla Sitar, Mestna občina Velenje. Imam čisto konkretno vprašanje vezano na letnico. Slovenija je upravičena do 235 milijonov evrov iz sklada za pravičen prehod. Ali smo upravičeni do teh sredstev v primeru, če zapremo premogovnik leta 2038, tako kot bo to storila Nemčija?
So, Ms. Sobchak, I'll translate the question simply for you. So, we got a question from the municipality of Velenje. The question is Slovenia entitled to the 235 million aid for closing the coal mine if the coal mine is closed by 2038, if I remember correctly? By 2038, will we still be entitled to the financial aid? Imamo neke težave z zvokom? Ms. Sobchak, we have a little bit of a problem with the sound. Let's go. We have you now. Thank you.
Yes. I would like to reiterate what I mentioned in my presentation. With our initiative for coal regions in transition, we are providing the tools and instruments in the hands of local and regional authorities, so then together with the socio-economic actors, they devise the strategies of a gradual coal phase-out. And we so far have been providing a technical assistance, so advisory support services to prepare the whole process for the funding which is arriving now, so the big chunk of Just Transition Fund and Just Transition Mechanism. And everything related to the money, I will leave for my colleague Sanders Haffers, who indeed will be discussing this in detail. My main focus here was provide you policy background to show that the challenges that the Velenje is facing and the region, coal regions generally in Slovenia you're not alone. We're there to support you and prepare you for the gradual phase out of coal, first with a technical assistance that we are providing, preparing the projects, concrete projects, how you envisage this transition away from coal towards renewable and green sources, and what kind of different economic opportunities you will provide for the residents, for the citizens of your region and of your city, of your town. So this was the whole rationale behind. As far as the funding is concerned, as I said, it's Just Transition Fund, Just Transition Mechanism, which I'm sure Sanders will provide you very detailed response to this question. Thank you.
So thank you. We'll extend that question to Dr. Hepperts. We still have time for maybe one or two questions. Še za eno, dve vprašanje imamo tukaj, imamo gospoda na levi, najprej za eno vprašanje, tamle na desni, a potem še sem. Če se predstavite, a potem vprašanje.
Hello, my name is Edin Delic. I'm coming from one of coal region as a mayor of Lukava city in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also I'm professor of Faculty of Mining and Geology in Tuzla University, and I would like to address some of my thoughts and maybe to address a few issues to all us think about it. One sentence which I start is like, make it simple but not simplify. I think we have in this process so many simplifications which could lead us in quite the wrong direction. First issue is, thank you very much for this address about climate change. All European community is now taking some less than 20% of global CO2 emissions. CO2 is global climate factor. So question is, if we concentrate so much us to improve situation in Europe and use policy, follow us and expecting from others to do same thing, it's questionable will it happens and when it happens. So for all efforts which we will invest here to close some coal mines or thermal power plants in same time when China, India and other states increase their CO2 footprint. It's really questionable what will be more efficient, maybe to go on some other area and to help to support some change over there. Second issue is green energy will work only in market where you have efficient energy usage. So all world around, or most of all world, using much more energy than it is necessary. So any kind of transition on any of these areas, first step we should consider is how to improve energy efficiency in these countries. And finally, one big problem is, I think, hidden behind all this policy. There is a big question, what are we going to do with nuclear power? So is it nuclear welcomed energy in this case? For instance, in some areas, it will be possible to ensure availability and affordability of green energy in terms of daytime, seasons, climate, whatever. So question is, will we have sufficient energy and can people afford it from economical side in this case? So, for instance, in European community, we have French. Sorry for mentioning this country, but most of energy for people who are not familiar in electrical coming from nuclear power plants. So my question is, what's about them? Shall we consider to build nuclear power plants as a, for example, very popular European country, France, or they have also policy for this thing? Speaking about nuclear power, we know from history we have some periods when this energy was very popular. Then after Chernobyl, after Japan disaster, we moved a step out from this. So I think in European community we should, sorry for discussing this way, we should include more deep thinking, more real science than bureaucracy. My impression is we have more bureaucratic approach. We're running some race because we give us some dates. We're trying to be first to show something, but nothing will happen if world will still same. And finally, we have fossil fuels for maximum 150 years. So we have oil maybe next 20, 30 years. So we use coal last 500, 600 years. But now we are concentrated and we will spend so much energy on end of this story, we will not improve nothing. And finally, we will have the same problem afterwards in undeveloped countries. I think we should more expand this policy to cooperate with states. My impression is I will be very open. This maybe will be unpopular here. One of your slides was about economical outcome, more jobs, more economical activity. Yeah, it will happen in Europe, which sell technology to others. Maybe somebody tried to prevent a market from some competition from the outside. If it's this goal, then we should consider this on this way. But I think our final goal shouldn't be to have overall more employed people, but in cities like Velenje, Main Lukavac, or some other cities, do we have disaster. I will mention just one city in Germany, Weißwasser, city on border between Poland and Germany. When they close coal mine, they reduce populations from some 40,000 people to 15, 16,000 in 1 year. So if Germany couldn't deal with this, it's really questionable what will happen with this city where we sit now if we quickly close this energy without taking consideration in all this. I will suggest to mayor of Velenje and to citizens of Velenje or Plevlja or cities like mine, we should really to build strong community in Europe community and Western Balkan, strong community from these areas, mayors or local politics, which will try to open more active discussion with you. Because my opinion is, sorry for taking this way, I'm professor. My opinion is I very, very often meet people which do not have pretty much deep understanding what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Ms. Sobczak, do you want to reply briefly?
Thank you very much for sharing this comprehensive insight into the situation. We never said that the switch and the pathway towards climate neutrality is an easy process. It's a very complicated, and that's why we want to have everybody on the board. We want to listen what are different challenges of local citizens, of families, of people who live and work in coal mining towns, cities, and regions. What are they afraid of, and how they see, what do they need to improve their future when the coal mines will be closed, while at the same time ensuring the energy security supply. So this is a process, and it is step by step. As you probably heard, in 90s, some of the transition and coal mining were not done the right way. We're still suffering the consequences of this process. That's why now we want to make it the right way, what we call a just way, a fair way. So involving the citizens who know what are really the main challenges, they know what are the problems, and then together when they discuss, and that's the dialogue, that's also the beauty and the strength of Europe that we have, that when we discuss with each other, we can together develop solutions in the short term and long term, what to do. So that's why my examples that I was trying to also present you in my presentation to show you demonstrate that it is possible in some coal regions to achieve it. But as I said, it is a process, and so far it's true. The only support that you received from the European Commission mostly was technical advisory support, providing the different settings to discuss those issues. Now you will have a dedicated funding. But funding alone is not sufficient if you do not have strategy in mind, and if you do not have in mind how you want to achieve it. And for that, we don't want to impose from European Commission what to do. That's why it is coal regions, regional authorities, together with socio-economic actors, local authorities, trade unions, NGOs, academia, who are now preparing the territorial just transition plans, because we want to see how you envisage this problem, in what kind of areas you would like to invest, where do you want to create jobs, where do you have the energy dimension of the process. So here we are now, it's the golden moment, the green moment of the Green Deal. And please use it, because this is for the strategy for the next 7 years to come. And I think this makes a good transition towards the much awaited presentation of my colleague Sanders in this context. So I'm very pleased that you're raising all those issues with the date of coal phase out, with closing of the last coal mine, with what to do to ensure the energy security. This is really important issues. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Ms. Sobczak, for your insight. Thank you very much, for the audience, for your amazing questions. And really, you made a perfect segue into the next presentation. Torej, tudi naše drugo predavanje bo spletno, oziroma naš drugi nastop bo spleten. Med nami lahko pozdravimo dr. Sandersa Heppertsa, prav tako iz Evropske komisije, ampak iz Generalnega direktorata za regijsko in mestno politiko. Tam je koordinator sklada za pravičen prehod. Dr. Heperc je politični analitik z področja trajnostne rasti pri Generalnem direktoratu Evropske komisije za regionalno in mestno politiko. Predstavil pa bo sklad Evropske unije za pravičen prehod, ki bo 17,5 milijardami ključna pobuda v okviru Evropskega zelenega dogovora, namenjena za ublažitev vpliva podnebnega prehoda v najbolj prizadetih regijah. Njegovo predavanje oziroma nastopa ima naslov Sklad za pravičen prehod, podpora regijam v prehodu na podnebno neutralnost. Dr. Heperc, can you hear us? Are you online?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Thank you for being here, and the floor is 100% yours. One small technical thing, if I may, we would really appreciate it if you're able to use either a headset for the sound back to you, or if you're able to mute the speakers, because our translators are saying they're having a little bit of a problem with back noise. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Is it better now?
Everything's okay now, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for having me. It is very nice to see a real room with real people. I just wished that I could have been there in person, but it will be for next time. I'm also very happy to come here and speak after my colleague Anna from DG Energy. As you rightly said, I am from DG Regio, which deals with cohesion policy, and I'm here to talk about the new Just Transition Fund, which is one of the new instruments of the European Green Deal. So Anna already introduced extremely well the European Green Deal agenda. I will focus on one of its key pillars, which is the objective of making sure that the transition to climate neutrality is a just transition that leaves no one behind. And here it is important to highlight the overall role of cohesion policy in the European Green Deal. So cohesion policy is a policy that already exists for several decades, and which represents more or less 1/3 of the EU budget, with the European Regional Development Fund, including Interreg, and the Cohesion Fund and the European Social Fund Plus. And in the European Green Deal, this policy will continue to invest in place-based innovation in each region of the European Union and in deploying those innovations on a large scale. So it's important to notice that also in the context of energy and the climate transition, cohesion policy funds have been investing in energy efficiency, renewable energy, smart energy systems already before, and this will continue. And the funding for this will increase also. But what is new is the specific fund that was created to ensure a just transition for all regions. And as part of the European Green Deal, the Commission established the Just Transition Mechanism, which has 3 pillars. I will talk mostly today about the Just Transition Fund, which is a new fund representing 17.5 billion euros in the the current financial framework, so from 2021 to 2027. But to this are added a InvestEU dedicated Just Transition scheme, which is pillar 2 of the Just Transition mechanism, which will crowd in private investment, and a public sector loan facility, which will leverage additional public funding. So with these 3 pillars, more or less between 65 and 75 billion euros, if you also add the national co-financing of the Just Transition Fund, will be spent in the regions most affected by the transition to climate neutrality. And for this, the territorial just transition plans will be, let's say, the key that opens the funding of these 3 pillars. The allocations for the Just Transition Fund, so I focus now on Pillar 1, are of course different for each member state, as you can see here on this slide. For Slovenia, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 235 million euros. Part of it comes from the resources of the multi-annual financial framework of the EU budget, and part of the resources come from the Next Generation EU, which was launched during the pandemic. Now, turning to the content of what the JTF the Just Transition Fund will do and where. So the Just Transition Fund will focus on regions with significant challenges due to the transition to climate neutrality. And this is in particular two types of regions. One type of region, and this builds in particular on the experiences and the lessons from the already existing coal regions in transition initiative that Anna talked about, are the regions heavily dependent on fossil fuels. So this is coal, peat, oil shale, and these fossil fuel, the mining, the extraction will face a significant decline due to the transition. So these regions are obviously negatively affected by the transition. But, and this is new and quite unique, the Just Transition Fund also focuses on carbon intensive regions. These are regions that are heavily dependent on carbon intensive industries such as steel, cement, chemicals. And of course, these types of activities, we don't want them to decline, we don't expect them to disappear, but they will have to undergo a very deep transformation of the way they work in order to be in line with the transition to climate neutrality. And so the regions that are heavily dependent on these will also face significant challenges. So the Just Transition Fund focuses on regions and territories that are highly dependent on these two types of activities and which will need to restructure their industries, make sure that there are new economic activities and new jobs, or to retrain the existing workers of certain industries, because we do not want to leave anyone and any region behind in the European Green Deal. Now, the Commission already last year proposed for each member state the types of sectors which we think would be suited to focus the intervention of the Just Transition Fund on. And of course, this is now really under negotiation between the Commission and each of the member states in the context of the territorial Just Transition plans. But these were the initial Commission proposals. On the left-hand side, you see the so-called declining sectors. On the right-hand side, the so-called transforming sectors. And if you look at it geographically, these were the regions or territories that the Commission proposed for the Just Transition Fund intervention. So here also in this context, it is very important to remember that in fact 17.5 billion euros is overall not a huge amount compared to, for instance, other and larger funding. So what is really important is that the Just Transition Fund focuses both thematically but also geographically on those areas the most negatively affected by the transition to climate neutrality. This does not mean that the other regions do not receive any help, and this was illustrated by Anna's presentation, for instance. So in terms of technical assistance, we support, of course, all regions, and with the other instruments and the other funds of the EU budget, all EU regions receive support. The Just Transition Fund comes, in fact, on top of this in order to really support what are the most negatively affected territories, and this is precisely something that we expect member states to explain and justify in their territorial just transition plans. So these territorial just transition plans that we're currently discussing with each of the member states have a very, very clear intervention logic, which is which you can find, in fact, in the Just Transition Fund regulation. And in this plan, we first need to see the description of a transition process at national level with a clear timetable, and then also the impact, the negative impact in terms of employment, in terms of economy, that this transition has at the territorial level. And so here the plan needs to select the territories most negatively affected by this transition, whether it is about the phase out of fossil fuels or the transformation of carbon intensive industries. So then we need to see what kind of process will be implemented at the territorial level, whether it is about closure of certain mines, transformation of the steel sector, in the sense of going for low carbon steel, for instance. So what is happening in the territory, and which challenges does this have in terms of employment, in terms of economy, in terms of environment, in terms of other social consequences? And then as the last step, we need to see what kind of investments the region then proposes from the Just Transition Fund, but also from the two other pillars of the Just Transition mechanism to help address these challenges. What can then actually be funded by the Just Transition Fund? So here it is important to note a number of differences with regard to the other cohesion policy funds that we already have. And as I explained, since the Just Transition Fund is a quite limited and targeted instrument, the intervention has a stronger focus. So this means that primarily we aim to invest in economic diversification and reconversion, and in reskilling and job-seeking assistance for workers, in order to really make the economy future-proof for the climate transition, to make sure that the declining sectors are replaced by new sectors, or that the transforming sectors have the right workforce and skills to accompany this transformation. Other activities that are linked to climate and environmental sustainability can also be funded, but in each of the territorial just transition plans, we really need to see that all of the measures that are proposed will really help address the negative impacts of the transition, which will be slightly different for each region. There are a couple of investments that are possible from the Just Transition Fund, which are not possible from other cohesion policy funds, which are productive investments in large enterprises and investments that reduce greenhouse gas emissions from activities in the European emission trading systems. But these two types of activities have a number of sub-conditions that need to be met and justified also in the territorial just transition plans. But it does mean that, for instance, in carbon-intensive regions, the JTF could be used to support exemplary projects to help these industries reach the climate targets, for instance, in terms of hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, but also it needs to be shown that this is actually needed to preserve the jobs in those regions. The activities that can be funded are defined in the JTF regulation. What is absolutely and completely excluded from support is any funding to fossil fuel activities. So these are the things that could be funded. This is what the Just Transition Fund regulation explains, but what will actually be funded in each of the regions, this will depend on the territorial just transition plans that we are currently negotiating with all of the member states. And in these negotiations, we already have a number of conclusions that we can present to you, because this is really a new fund. It's a new way of working, both for the Commission and the member states, because we have, of course, a very strong experience in funding programs in cohesion policy, but the JTF has a number of specific features, and also the fact that the geographical scope is actually part of the negotiation of the programs is quite new for us. But we have seen an impressive investment by local actors and public administrations in this effort, including with the support offered by the Commission, because we have provided support to 18 member states who asked for it, for the analytical basis that is needed for the development of the territorial just transition plans. We have seen high levels of ambition in many cases, including when it comes to coal phase out, and a strong willingness to learn. And I think the event today is a very good example of this, learning from not only the Coal Regions in Transition initiative, but the example from Germany that you bring now to Slovenia, which is a very good example. And we have seen in the carbon intensive regions a good reflection on new types of transition pathways for industries on which these regions are heavily dependent. If there are some things that we see that in a general way could be improved, it's that in the preparation of the plans, because this is a key precondition, all relevant stakeholders need to be involved. This is something that the member state needs to organize in respect of the partnership principle, which is a key principle of cohesion policy. What we also, in the draft plans that we have seen so far, have noted is that the socioeconomic objectives are not always clear. So sometimes it still seems to be understood by some that the Just Transition Fund is there to support the transition as such, but this is not really the case. So the entire EU budget, in a way, supports the transition to climate neutrality, but when it comes to the Just Transition Fund specifically, it is really there to alleviate the social and economic impacts of the transition. So this is also how it should be shaped. In some cases, what we have seen in draft plans is that the JTF is understood as a sort of European Regional Development Fund Plus, so investing in all kinds of things like transport and other, other social or economic objectives without really having a link to the negative impacts of the transition. So what we dare say is that sometimes other funds are better placed for the types of investments that are proposed. In some cases, it should be perhaps considered to go for pillar 2 or 3 of the Just Transition mechanism, but the Just Transition Fund should really focus on these negative impacts of the transition, which can be different, of course, across regions. When it comes to involving all different partners, I mean, one example that I'd like to give here is youth. So for this, we have developed a couple of months ago a toolkit, which is available on our website, which provides some good examples, because for us, the Just Transition Fund is really an instrument to make sure that regions that would otherwise risk being left behind really have a new future. And for youth, especially, it's important that this new future is well developed and is in line with their expectations as well. Because one of the things that we do not want to see is that youth leaves regions when certain sectors decline or transform. We want youth to stay. And I think this toolkit could be interesting for you also to explore. One of the elements that we are putting gradually in place in order to support all stakeholders that are involved in the Just Transition is the Just Transition platform. I'm very grateful that Anna already showed you the dates of the next event, 15 to 17 of November, which you will all be welcome to join once the invitations are sent out. But the Just Transition platform is not just an event that we organize twice a year. We are also putting in place a website that will be a single access point for all information and knowledge related to how to use the Just Transition mechanism and how you can get help. What we are also putting in place are working groups that will focus specifically on the carbon intensive sectors, because as the previous presentation has shown, there is already a very specific support tool available for coal regions, but for these carbon intensive regions, additional support is needed. And we, a few days ago, launched a call to join these stakeholder working groups, which I also advise you to have a look at and to distribute to other interested potential participants. So I end here with the timeline, which refers to this fourth meeting of the Just Transition platform. Just to conclude again here is that the Just Transition Fund is a very new instrument. It's a key initiative of the European Green Deal. It's unprecedented in the way that it works. Where we are now is that we are in the informal dialogue with all member states on their territorial Just Transition plans, which will open the access to the 3 pillars of the Just Transition mechanism. None of these plans has been formally submitted yet, but we're looking forward. And please, if you are involved in this process, use all the possible opportunities of the 3 pillars of the mechanism to make sure that your region is best placed to take the future in hand. If you are not yet involved, please try to speak to people today to make sure that you are involved. I think this is the advice that I would like to give you. And with this, I end my presentation. I hope you could hear me well. And then I'm, of course, ready to answer the questions that you have.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Heperts. Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a couple of questions. The first few were already raised to me, and I'll open them. I'll open with one, and this is a question that was raised earlier, and maybe I can just repeat it to you, as your colleague said that you might be better suited for answering this one. The question is, does the date, the confirmation of the date, is it a prerequisite for Slovenia or for this region to get to 235 million? Meaning, if we close the last coal mine, if we close the coal mine in this region by 2033, as has been said, does that 235 change if it is extended to, let's say, 235, or maybe, you know, it gets extended to 2038? That was the first question that we had. Maybe you can help us answer that.
So, I would say yes and no. So, first of all, the date absolutely matters in the sense that it will be very difficult. Sorry, thank you. I will stop sharing my screen indeed. So if we don't have a clear timetable, then the Commission will not be able to approve the plan. So this is, of course, one of the first prerequisites of the territorial just transition plan or plans, is that we have a very clear national transition process with a very clear timetable. So this is something that we need to have. And then as a second step, what will be conditional, if you want to call it like this, to the specific region or territory receiving the JTF funding will be to show and demonstrate that this specific territory has a negative impact from the coal phase out by 2030 or before, because we are investing the Just Transition Fund in the next decade, and this means that in the next decade a significant negative impact of the transition needs to be felt. So with this, I cannot say that the date has to be a certain year at the national level for the coal phase out. This is not so much what we are looking for. The key thing that we are looking for is that there is, at the level of the territory which is proposed to receive the funding, that in this territory there is a negative impact in terms of employment or economy by 2030 or before. I hope that this is clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have one more question before opening up the questions to the floor. And in the opening remarks from the mayor, we heard one of the key issues in Velenje and in this region is also going to be heating. Right now, there's a system in place where we're using residual heat and also some of the coal to provide remote heating to approximately 40,000 people living in this region. Can the funds from the Just Transition Fund also be used to finance a transition in this particular field?
So the general answer is yes. So investments in district heating, provided that they are exclusively done by renewable energy sources, could be funded by the JTF. This is part of the scope of support of the JTF. When it comes to specific regions, there, and this is going to be the answer for all kinds of measures. There, it really depends on what is in the territorial just transition plan, in the sense that what we will support with the Just Transition Fund needs to address really the negative impacts from the transition. So if the challenges that exist with regard to district heating are a very clear consequence of the transition that will be described in your territorial just transition process, then yes, this could be funded by the JTF in your region. Yeah. But and here, of course, it's always very important to look at some of the specificities of the regulation. District heating can only be funded by the JTF when exclusively supplied by renewable energy sources, which does not include waste, for instance, if that was your question.
Yeah, thank you very much for your answer. I think listening to what you said, we are probably okay on that one. Najlepša hvala. Morebiti vprašanja iz občinstva, tamle na levi strani, če lahko gospodu podamo mikrofon, če se predstavite pa postavite vprašanje.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Boštjan Krajnc, representing local energy agency Xena. My question is, if you're going back a little bit to your presentation about the emission trading schemes, the process of just transition will last at least 10 years, so it's quite a long period, and our local power plant is burdened by the huge CO2 emission coupons, and by my opinion these coupons are not free coupons, free CO2 quotes emissions are not fairly distributed among the Europe. So what would you advise to the countries like Slovenia, you know, not to financially bankrupt with these power plants in the next 10 years, maybe to renegotiate free trading emission schemes, or maybe to find some indulgence of the CO2 emission tradings? Thank you.
Dr. Hapritz, you heard the question?
Yes, I heard the question. I am not an expert of the emission trading scheme. My colleagues in DG Klima would be better placed to answer your question and to advise the Slovenian authorities on this. What I can say, and to explain a bit more that part of my presentation, is that until now the cohesion policy funds could not give any support to activities that are subject to the emission trading scheme. The logic there is that activities in the emission trading scheme already have an incentive, an economic incentive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions because of the trading scheme. So if you put then additional public or EU funds in those kinds of investments, it would distort the emission trading scheme. However, with the JTF, we have introduced a certain exception to this rule, which is that, and here the thinking is really that in industrial installations in those regions that are heavily dependent on greenhouse gas intensive industries, it could be needed to really help these regions with the JTF by investing in measures that reduce greenhouse gas emissions from these types of activities. But it is important to here also look at the specific modalities and conditions that are attached to these types of investments in the JTF regulation. One of them is that what we do not want to do is to fund investments that would in any case already be triggered by the emission trading scheme itself and by the CO2 price that you referred to, which is currently higher than some months ago. So any sort of gradual reduction of emissions is not something that can be funded by the JTF. This is something that the system itself does. What can be funded by the JTF are investments that reduce greenhouse gas emissions substantially below the benchmarks that exist for the free allocation of emissions. So this is something that you can find on the website of DG Klima, for instance. But this also means that this does not apply to the power sector because there are no benchmarks established for the power sector. So this is actually only possible for carbon-intensive industries such as steel, cement, paper, chemicals, these types of industries. So it's not for the power sector. The JTF cannot give investments to ETS activities in the power sector.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hapritz, for your question. We have another question here from the audience. Če se lahko predstavite, potem zastavite vprašanje.
Sem Fran Đerdin, celotno življenje delam v rudarstvu in sem tudi po poklicu rudar. Če sem prav razumel, gospod veleposlanico iz Nemčije je dejala, da so v fazi prehoda zagotovili nova delovna mesta, nadomestna delovna mesta za tiste, ki so delo izgubili. Če sem vas razumel prav, razumem tudi, da v fazi prehoda moramo znati rešiti problem daljinskega ogrevanja okolja oziroma mesta Velenje. In tretje, kot rudar sprašujem, do začetka zapiranja premogovnika, ne prehod, v fazi prehoda moramo jamo na premogovnik, na zapiranje tudi pripraviti. Po varnostni plati mi imamo tu prisotne pline, vodo, požare, zelo velike jamske pritiske, tudi v fazi oziroma moramo vse pripraviti na fazo prezaposlovanja ljudi ali pa zmanjševanja števila zaposlenih. To, kar vas jaz sprašujem, jaz računam, da vi zelo dobro poznate slovensko energetsko politiko. Slovenija je v 1/3 odvisna od termoenergije in nimamo za naslednjih 15 let najmanj alternative, kje to nadomestno energijo dobiti. Zanima me, kako gledate na te zadeve, ker pri nas politiki bi rudnik zapirali, nekateri čez 5 let, nekateri čez 10 let, odvisno pač od tega, s kom govoriš. Ne dosegamo pa tu zadostnega konsenza med vsemi partnerji, ki ste jih tudi poudarjali, da ta konsens mora biti narejen, da bi lahko eksplicitno govorili o letnici. Do ta čas pa moramo regijo, do tega in tega datuma pa moramo regijo pripraviti na pravičen oziroma na prehod, ki bo pravično izvršen.
Dr. Hapetz, I'll try doing the translation just briefly. The gentleman is coming from the coal sector. He's been working in the industry as a coal miner for all his life. And in a nutshell, the question is, in Slovenia, where you probably know the situation, the energy situation in our country very well. We're approximately 1/3 dependent on coal energy in our system. We're talking about a green transition in the next couple of years, but we do not have a concrete plan or a solution inside of our politics as to how we would like to do it. There's some people that are saying we should close the coal mines, within the next 5 years, but there's tons of stuff that needs to be done ahead of it from a security perspective of ensuring the safety inside of the coal mine once it gets abandoned and so on. So what is your take on the necessary steps that need to be done before we are able to take on that path? And also, what is your time estimate on how much time is required for a complete phase out in a country like Slovenia, which, if I point out again, is approximately 1/3 dependent on coal energy?
Yes, thank you very much. I will repeat a little bit some of the messages that were already given, but we start from the long-term time perspective of 2050, where we aim to be the first climate-neutral continent. Yeah, this is in 2050 seems far away, but this is an extremely ambitious plan that we have, which builds on policies that we already had for a couple of years. Now with the European Green Deal, we increased the ambitions, including with regard to the 2030 timeframe. All member states, including Slovenia, have endorsed this, including by adopting the European climate law quite recently, which means that the 2050 climate neutrality objective is also binding for all member states. Now, there is a whole package of policies and legislation in place or in proposal stage, which encompasses all sectors of the economy, so energy sector, industrial sector with the ETS, as we talked about, but also transport, housing. Everything will need to transform massively. Now, as my colleague already said, when it comes to the specific question of nuclear energy, for instance, of course, we in Brussels, we don't have the competence nor the willingness to tell you exactly what you need to do in Slovenia. This is a member state prerogative to design their own power mix. What is in fact something that we have at the European level are the targets that will need to be met, that needed to be met in 2020 and that will need to be met in 2030 and beyond. So it's up to Slovenia to design their own transition, their own energy transition, but also the transformation of its economy. There is a ton of support available when it comes to technical support, but also when it comes to investments. I pointed earlier to the cohesion policy funds that already exist since, since for Slovenia from the time that it joined. So investments in energy efficiency, in the residential buildings, public buildings, SMEs, investments in renewable energy production, smart energy system, investments in sustainable mobility, all of this is already available to Slovenia. What I am here to talk about is the additional and new fund, the Just Transition Fund that we have, that will give additional support to the regions most affected by the transition when it comes to potential job losses or economic transformation in certain territories. And so this is something that we will help you with if you have a territorial just transition plan that presents a clear timetable. So we are waiting for Slovenia to present us a clear timetable for the coal phase out, in case the JTF is to be used to accompany the coal phase out, where we then can see what impact this has on Velenje or on the region where Velenje is situated, and then we will give additional support to your region in order to find new alternatives for your economy and create new jobs, and to make sure that the people who are, even if the mines are not yet closed next year, but that the people are already reskilled for the new jobs and that the path is already prepared for the transition. So this is what we want to do with the Just Transition Fund. And here we want to learn from perhaps negative experiences that have happened in other parts of Europe when coal mines were closed in the 70s or in other periods, and where then the region was in fact left behind, everyone left, and the economic graveyard is still visible. So this is what we want to avoid. We want to make sure that the coal phase out and the other dimension of the transition to climate neutrality is well prepared, and that the people receive the help before the decline, let's say. So this is what the Just Transition Fund and the other two pillars of the Just Transition mechanism are aimed at. But as I said, we are now waiting for the territorial just transition plans from Slovenia and also from all the other member states. And it is now in your hands to make sure that everyone is around the table and that these plans are well shaped and are in line with the realities and the needs of the territories.
So thank you very much, Dr. Hepitz. I know we're running 4 minutes over, but this is a very important topic for us, and I see one more hand from the mayor, so I'll allow one more question. Go ahead.
Ja, Peter Dermol, mestna občina Velenje. Eno preprosto vprašanje. Zdaj, 235 milijonov evrov je namenjenih za Slovenijo. V naši regiji smo identificirali preko 1 milijarde evrov projektov za pravičen prehod, ob seveda vedenju, da sta v Sloveniji 2 regiji upravičeni do teh 235 milijonov evrov. To seveda pomeni, da je teh sredstev v tem trenutku znatno premalo, zato me zanima kar direktno, ali je mogoče ta sklad za Slovenijo za pravičen prehod sredstva povečati, ali je pravzaprav to končna odločitev, da teh 235 milijonov evrov pripada Sloveniji.
Yeah, so the question for the mayor of Velenje is, inside of the JTS, there's approximately 235 million allocated for Slovenia. However, the local municipality here has already identified over $1 billion worth of projects. I'm sorry for saying dollars. $1 billion worth of projects that could be supported from this fund. And there's 2 regions in Slovenia which are entitled, or which will be taking part. So the question is 235 it, or is there an option to potentially allocate more resources inside of this fund for additional projects, because it looks like we are significantly underfunded compared to the opportunities that are here?
Thank you for the question. I'm very happy to hear that you already have a pipeline, an impressive pipeline of projects that are needed, because this will significantly help the implementation phase. So the 235 million allocated to Slovenia is indeed the final allocation of the Just Transition Fund as such. This is part of the regulation. It was part of the deal that member states reached last year on the EU budget. But these 235 million euros is not the only thing that can be used to fund the investments that you are interested in. First of all, of course, the Just Transition Fund, like any other cohesion policy fund, is a fund that needs co-financing. So always there needs to be a national, for each project or for the projects of the Just Transition Fund, national co-financing needs to be added to the EU allocation. So this already increases the funding. There is also an option, but this is in the hands of the Slovenian authorities, to transfer funding from other funds that are allocated to Slovenia, the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund Plus, to transfer part of that to the Just Transition Fund. This can be, this is an option. I'm personally not responsible for negotiations with Slovenia, so I'm not aware of how this issue is being seen by Slovenia. But then, of course, there are the two other pillars of the Just Transition Mechanism, which will also provide funding only to those territories of the territorial Just Transition Plan. So in the case of Slovenia, it's the two territories that you are speaking of. So this will come on top of the 235 billion, and for these there is no pre-allocation for specific member states. So there it really depends on the specific rules linked to InvestEU on the one hand and the public sector loan facility on the other hand. But this is really an additional opportunity that you can that you should take with both hands to fund the 1 billion euro project pipeline that you have lined up. Which I don't know, of course, in detail what kind of projects you are envisaging, but I can imagine that some of them would be very well suited for Pillar 2 and Pillar 3 of the Just Transition Mechanism. And if I can really then again stress here that in the territorial Just Transition plans, we already need to see the plans also for Pillar 2 and Pillar 3, so that for you this is also an opportunity to make clear that all the projects that you have identified are prepared as quickly and as well as possible in order to also speed up the implementation phase, not only of the JTF, but also of the other two pillars of the Just Transition Mechanism.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
The very best of luck with that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hepter. Stay safe. This concludes our session, and we're going to take a short break. I'm sorry we ran 7 minutes over. Se upravičujem, da smo 7 minut predolgi. Sledi kratek odmor, potem vas bomo pozvali nazaj v dvorano. Se vidimo. Oh. Dobrodošli nazaj, dragi gostje. Thank you very much for joining us and rejoining the conversation. A big welcome back to our colleagues and everyone watching online and everyone over here in Velenje in the room with us. You know how they say, whenever we do strategy sessions, it's best to combine theory, regulation, and practice, and to see what's happening in the field. So right now we're going to do a short transition into the field of practice, meaning what's being done and leading by example. So our next guest, we're also going to have an online session, is going to be Christian Rohe. He's the deputy head of a sector at the Ministry of Economy of North Rhine-Westphalia region. He's going to be talking to us about the slow phase-out of coal in Germany, of the phase-out of coal in Germany, and the impact it's having on coal mining areas in North Rhine-Westphalia. Mr. Dr. Rohe, the floor is yours. First of all, an introduction video, and then we go.
Well, thank you very much for the possibility to be with you today. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Slovenia today, but I hope that you can hear and understand me well.
Yeah, Mr. Rohe, we can hear you very well. You can begin.
That's perfect. So, let me start my presentation. And I hope that you can see it now.
Yes, we can see the screen. We can see you at the screen and you can hear you very well.
Perfect. So let's begin right away. So I represent the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany today. And as was mentioned before, I want to talk to you a little bit about the German experience with the coal phase out. So going back from the European perspective, let's look at what's going on in this member state in Germany at the moment. Let me please begin with these two images. So on the left, what you see is the Rhineland mining area today. If you go from Brussels to our state capital in Düsseldorf, it's a 2-hour drive. This is what you're seeing, large open pit mining activities that are still going on. And on the right, you see a possible vision, one of many visions indeed, of what the Rhineland mining area might look like one day. You see an artificial lake, you see renewable energies, and obviously there is a stark contrast, a stark difference between these two images. So when we talk about structural change, structural transition, we are talking about how to get from the left image to the right image, which obviously is a huge task, a generational task, and a task for which 17 years between 2021 and 2038 is indeed a relatively brief amount of time. I want to show you a quick agenda of what I want to talk about today. So I will begin with describing briefly the process of coal phase out in Germany, what it means, what are the affected areas, how the year 2038 was reached as a consensus date, and if that really is the date when coal will be phased out in Germany. I will then talk briefly about the government support by the federal government of Germany for the regions in Germany that are affected by the coal phase out. So here we have a different additional financial support to the European support that was already mentioned today. And lastly, I want to talk about what this means in my area, in my state, the Rhineland mining area, what the challenges are, and what the governance structure looks like that we have established to work on this transition process. Let's begin with this map of Germany's lignite mining areas. So what you see here are the areas in Germany where there are or have been active lignite mining activities going on. What you don't see here are areas of Germany where there have been hard coal mining activities. The ambassador already talked about the experience of Germany in exiting hard coal mining. I think the most well-known example of a hard coal mining region in Germany is probably the Ruhr area, which is also in our state of North Rhine-Westphalia. And hard coal mining in Germany has already ended in 2018. So we have an experience what it means to end coal mining activities in our country. And if you want, the phase out of lignite mining is something like part 2 of our coal phase out. So we have an experience with hard coal, which is a different type of mining. It's more labor intensive, so there are some differences between the two types of mining. But nevertheless, we know what worked and what didn't work when Germany ended its hard coal mining activities. So we want to learn from that experience in our country when we are talking about lignite mining today. There are these 4 lignite mining areas that you see on the map. The Rhineland mining area is the only one exclusively in Western Germany. It's colored in brown. And you have the other 2 large lignite mining areas in Lusatia and the central German mining area around the city of Leipzig. The blue one, the Helmstedt mining area, is a former lignite mining area, so it is not as important today as the other 3 areas. And these are the areas that are currently still reliant on electricity generation from lignite. There are power plants in all these areas, and there are mining activities going on in all these areas. And we know that this type of power generation is, of course, not compatible with the idea, with the vision of a climate neutral Europe. So there is broad agreement that there has to be a change of electricity generation, but of course, there is a broad discussion and an important discussion about how the best way should look like to reach this aim. In Germany, the decision to phase out coal generation from lignite mining was largely taken in the last couple of years, and the starting point for this process, the so-called Coal Commission. You might already have heard about it. It was installed after the last federal election in Germany in 2017. I assume you're all aware that there's an upcoming federal election. So this term, the last 4 years, have been marked in German politics by the discussion about coal. And the Coal Commission was installed by the federal government in order to have a broad consensus within society about what to do about Germany's coal mining areas. The Coal Commission was set up of many different actors. It was a broad cross-section of different representatives. You had members of academia, you had members of the trade unions, you had the business community, the energy sector, you had environmental organizations, and you had representatives of the regions that are today most affected by lignite mining activities. And all these different people came together in a number of sessions to discuss what to do, how to ensure that Germany finds a way to exit its current reliance on coal-based power generation, to meet its climate targets that are written down in the Paris Agreement, but also to ensure that the transition is going to be a just transition, as we have heard several times before today. So in 2019, the Coal Commission, after intense discussions, presented its final report. And the final report can be read as 2 parts that are linked together and should be read as one. There were energy policy recommendations, which recommended that the phase-out of coal-fired power generation should be gradual and should be completed no later than by the end of 2038. And there were structural policy recommendations that were linked to the energy policy recommendations and said, in order to ensure that we have a just transition, we must combine the exit from coal-fired power generation with structural financial support for the affected areas to help them create new value chains and to help them create and maintain their current level of employment. So these 2 sides were always taken together. And I think this was very important to ensure that the consensus reached by the Coal Commission was the consensus that also broadly represented German society. There is an intense discussion concerning the exit date, the date 2038. We have already talked today, and I have learned quite a lot about that discussion in Slovenia. I would like to point out at this stage that 2038 actually is one of two possible dates given by the Coal Commission. You might actually say that the Coal Commission recommends an exit by 2035 if possible, but by 2038 at the latest. So in the part of the energy policy recommendations, it is already said that if Germany manages to increase its power generation from renewable energies and to improve its grid infrastructure so that energy from renewable sources, for example, offshore sources in Germany's northern shores, can be transported to every part of the country, then an exit earlier than 2038 would already be possible based on the final report of the Coal Commission. So 2038 really means that is the latest possible date. But of course, that is an ongoing discussion, and as you might be aware, it is also a discussion that is part of the current electoral campaign. So the Coal Commission obviously is not a legislative body, so the recommendations of the Commission were given to the federal government. There was then a process by which the federal government put down a white paper with its ideas of how to implement the recommendations. There was an intense discussion about this white paper. I want to stress that we, as one of the affected states, were always involved in this discussion, so there was a really strong sense of cooperation between the state level and the federal level to make sure that the final legislative framework is a framework that has the support of both the affected regions and the federal government. And finally, in 2020, last year, we had the Act on the Structural Transition of Coal Regions, which is the federal act in Germany that gives us, as the affected regions, financial support, the guarantee of financial support for the next 18, now 17 years when the transition will take place. What's not on the slide, but what's also important, is that the Act on the Structural Transition of Coal Regions is one of two acts that Parliament passed on July the 3rd, 2020. The other act was the Act on the Phase-Out of Coal Generation. So what the Coal Commission already did, saying that these two questions are linked together and should always be treated as one body of legislative issues. This was also taken up by federal parliament when it passed the two acts on the same day. So structural support and the decision to exit coal-fired power generation were taken on the same day and were always treated together. We now have a phase-out plan for the coming years, for the 2020s to begin. Again, I want to stress this is the plan as currently agreed, and we will all have a close look at the results of the upcoming election to see if maybe this plan changes, if maybe more ambitious targets will be the result. What we see right now, and what I believe will not change by the election, is that of the three large lignite mining areas in Germany, the Rhineland mining area is the one where the phase-out process is beginning. So on the right, you see a chart. Unfortunately, it's only labeled in German, where you have the power generation in the three lignite mining and power plant areas. The green chart is the Rhineland mining area, and in the coming years, we are the first area where power generation blocks will be taken off grid. So the process is gradual, as said before. The Rhineland mining area is beginning, the other regions will soon follow in the upcoming years. And there are already consequences for employment in our region. If a block is taken off grid, obviously there is less employment needed there. Up to now, the age structure of the electricity companies has allowed for the reduction of employment to be in a very socially compatible way. But we know that eventually there will be jobs lost because of the decision to shut down the power plants. That is a fact, and that is the challenge that we have to deal with. Now, talking about financial support by the federal government, this is what's written down in the Act on the Structural Transition of Coal Regions. The federal government is providing the 3 coal regions in Germany, the 4 states that are affected by the coal exit, with a sum total of up to 40 billion euros in the coming 18 years. That is a very large amount, obviously. For technical reasons, it is divided into 2 branches. One is managed by the state governments, the other one is managed by the federal government. I don't think we have to go into the details here. If there are any questions, I'm very happy to answer them afterwards in the discussion. And there's, of course, also a formula by which these 40 billion euros are shared among the 4 states that are affected. And you see that North Rhine-Westphalia is the state that will receive the largest share of this money because we are, according to this metric, the most affected state by the decision to have the coal phase out. We are also the state where the first plants are going to be shut down. The financial support that the federal government is offering the regions is a very generous support. We are very happy that it was possible to agree on this support between the state level, between the federal level and between the state level. There's obviously the need to coordinate this funding with other sources of funding, especially regional cohesion policy at the state level, at the federal level. There's also the Just Transition Fund that was already mentioned before. We have heard a presentation on that. And Germany's coal regions, the regions that you have seen before, are also beneficiaries of the JTF funding. So you see we have different sources of funding available. We are very happy that that is the case. We are also convinced that this is necessary to ensure that the transition, the dimension of which is enormous, as we have seen before, is going to be successful. And of course, it is in our interest that we will have a synergetic way in which these different funds are being used so that the sum total adds up to a good strategy and a good path of transition for the Rhineland mining area and the other areas of Germany that are affected by the decision to exit coal-fired power generation. Let me now talk briefly about the Rhineland mining area, so my state and the region that I, together with a large team in the ministry, am responsible for. We are talking about a region of 2.5 million inhabitants. It's roughly the area between Cologne, Düsseldorf, and the border between Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium. We have 7 administrative districts in the area. The largest cities are Aachen and Mönchengladbach. And if you look at the numbers of jobs affected, there are 15,000 jobs that are directly or indirectly linked to the lignite industry. Those are mining jobs, those are jobs in the power plants. A large share of these jobs is going to go away. We know this already. We know it is a process that takes several years. We know the age structure of the energy company, which is helpful. But nevertheless, these are, if you want the terminology used before, the declining sectors or the jobs in declining sectors. But we also have more than 50,000 jobs in energy-intensive industries in the Rhineland mining area. So coal-fired power generation has been important in the area for over a century. This is a very old form of power generation, and many energy-intensive industries have settled in the area because they knew that there was always electricity available at an affordable price. We have a large chemical industry in the area. We have an aluminum industry in the area. We have a food industry in the area that is quite energy intensive. So there are actually far more jobs in these industries than in the lignite industry itself. And these are the transforming sectors of the Rhineland mining area. So our aim is that the jobs in these industries are kept, that the area will remain a strong region for industry, a region where no energy-intensive industry has to leave because electricity becomes too expensive. That is a huge challenge. That is also something that we look closely at when we are talking about the strategy for our region. So energy supply at an affordable cost is very important to what we want to do in the Rhineland mining area. And our aim is that lignite industry is something that has to go, but the energy intensive industries around lignite should stay in the area. I also want to show you briefly this map of our area. What's interesting here and what gives you an impression of that the area knows very well what transition means. The brown shades are areas where lignite mining is going on today. The green shades are areas where lignite mining has occurred in the past. So over the past decades, there have always been areas in the region that have seen lignite mining, that have seen the extraction of coal in their municipalities, and where this stage has passed and where solutions had to be found of how to use this area. So lignite mining, as opposed to hard coal mining in the Ruhr area, for example, is a mining activity that has a very huge physical impact on the region, on the municipalities. There are giant holes, there are infrastructures that have to be used, there is the issue of water management, and there is a long tradition in the region of solving the problems involved with that and using them as opportunities for the future. So the region knows structural transition. It has occurred in the region all the time. And the difference now is that there will be no new brown areas. Eventually in 2038 or earlier, all of this will be green. But the way to get there, as I said before, is quite a challenge. Another challenge is obviously that we are talking about a transition process that occurs on different levels. So what I want to stress with this slide is that the structural transition in the mining area will only be successful if all levels of government work together closely. Personally, I believe that this is true for structural transition anywhere in the world. But in our case, it is our experience that it is very important that the federal level, which essentially made the decision to exit coal, but which also gives the financial support for coal region, works closely together with the state level and also with the regional level, because the Rhineland mining area is a part of North Rhine-Westphalia. We are a state of 18 million inhabitants. There are 2.5 million people living in the Rhineland mining area. So you see that it's an important part of the state, but there are other parts that we have to look at as well. So these three levels of government and of decision-making essentially have to work together very closely. And we have spent the last couple of years establishing governance structures that ensure that all levels of government work together. We have a coordination committee between the federal government and the federal states, that is the 4 states where lignite mining is an activity today. We come together several times a year to discuss the process of project selection, to discuss strategic issues, and to make sure that everything is on the right track. And we also have a very intense exchange between the state level and the regional level. And for that aim, our most important platform is the so-called Zukunftsagentur, which is the regional development agency for the Rhineland mining area, which is an agency where all the important actors from the region come together. There is a representation of the municipalities and districts, of the business sector, of civil society. And we as the state government use this forum to discuss with the region every step to make sure that what we do at the state level and what the federal government does at the federal level is in line with the expectations of the region, with what the region thinks is important for its development, and only by constantly maintaining this dialogue between the 3 levels of government do we believe is it possible to ensure a structural transition that is just, that is in the interest of the region affected, and that allows Germany as a whole to fulfill its climate targets from the Paris Agreement. Now, you will notice I haven't talked so much about projects that we are undertaking in the region. And the reason for that is that I believe today in the afternoon, you will still have 2 presentations by representatives of the Rhineland mining area. You will have a presentation by Director Ralf Sterk of the Zukunftsagentur, who will explain to you in more detail the work of the Regional Development Agency. And you will also have a presentation by Mayor Sascha Solbach, who will explain the perspective of one municipality in the Rhineland mining area, of what the structural transition means for him and his municipality. So I believe that these presentations will give you more of an insight of what's going on at the local level and what the projects are that are already being funded or that are currently prepared for funding. For now, I would like to leave it at this. I'm here for questions, and I have one more slide with a vision, another possible vision of the Rhineland mining area, what the region might look like in the future. Here you can see that the time is given as 2050. Maybe that's another comment which I would like to conclude. We know that structural transition is a generational process, and irrespective of whether the exit from coal will occur by 2035, 2038, maybe even earlier, there will still be a task ahead after 2038. So we know from the experience with hard coal mining in the Ruhr area that structural transition is an ongoing process. It takes time. It requires condition, if you want, and you always have to treat it as something that goes on for decades, and it has to be organized in a way that is not short-sighted but long-sighted. And with that, I would like to finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roye. A brilliant presentation. I think one of the caveats for me is for sure cooperation on all levels, from the federal to the municipal and the state level in between. So I would like to open up the floor for questions. Vprašanja mora biti iz občinstva. So, Dr. Roye, there's no questions from the audience. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. And we'll be looking to presentations from your colleagues in the afternoon as well. Thank you very much for joining us, and have a pleasant day and stay safe.
Thank you.
Res fantastično predavanje. I'm going to switch to English just because of people following us on the stream to make things a little bit easier, and you can listen to the translations if you would like to. We're going to have 3 live presentations now, which is amazing. Finally, life is coming back to audiences, and we're able to do these sessions in person. So the first presentation we're going to have is going to be, I would like to invite Magister Vasil Lozinski, the first Deputy Minister of the Ministry of the Development of Communities and Territories in Ukraine. He's going to have a presentation about the reform and the field of energy efficiency in the Ukraine. So welcome on stage, and the floor is yours.
Hello, all colleagues. I'm very happy to be here offline. It's very good to all of us to see you without screen. I think in our nearest future, everything will be okay, and we will be much more closer to each other for our new future projects. If you are talking about energy efficiency reform evolution in Ukraine, I want to say 2 topics, inform you about 2 topics. First of all, it will be some short information for energy efficiency in our country, what we have, what we did, and what we're planning to do. Another, it will be much more closer to our team, to our today's information about transformation of coal region. So for your understanding what we have in our country, in Ukraine, and when we are, so population of our country is around 40 million of people. Almost all people are living in urban territory. It's around 70%. So they spend a lot of energy. It's very important for us. In energy balance of Ukraine, the most part of using it's not industry, not transport, is housing sector is 34%. After that is going our industry and transport. So for our district heating, for our warm water in our houses, we should give much more power to change this situation in our country. with information about our building where we live. Unfortunately, almost half of all our building, they are not very new. They have 50, 60 years, and they need a lot of time and a lot of money to change their situation in these buildings. And now we are going to from 2010 till now times. In 2010 we have almost 10,000 of condominiums. Now it's near 30,000. For your understanding, in our country we have almost 80,000 of buildings that are included in district heating systems. So heating sector is very big and huge. It's 20,000 of kilometers of heat networks in 20,000 boiler houses. So it's a very big market to invest and very big reason why we need to change something in this situation. In the end of the slide, you can see that a very big, unfortunately, very big part of our gas we just lost in our networks and our buildings. So we have a lot of work to do in our next futures. What we did, we just started this process in 2009. We joined the energy community. After that, it was a few years to implementation of EU standards. It's EN, ISO. Now we are in this work in process, but almost all important for us documents are transparently improved in our country from our colleagues from EU. After that, it was some time to new commitments due to EU-UA association agreement, and we have prepared energy strategy until 2035. Now we have very good instrument. In 2017 we established Energy Efficiency Fund. It's a very good instrument for our citizens. I will give some information for this in next slides. And now we understand that in this year we're planning to update our energy strategy till 2035 and to move on in this process. During the last 5 years, the regulation of 3 big sectors, it's housing management, heat supply, and energy performance of buildings, were completely rewritten. It was 9 absolutely new laws which are working now. Last year we have a very big, important for us situation with reform of decentralization, and now we have almost 1,500 of communities which are ready to change something, not something, all change in their communities. And we have some information for us. It's very big sector, very big market for investment, for planning all our works. If we are talking for thermal modernization in multi-apartment buildings, it's around 20. We need around 21 billions of dollars. In thermal modernization of single-family buildings, it's 28 billion of dollars. Replacement of individual boilers, it's around 4 billion of dollars, and thermal modernization of public buildings, which are never have no money and no instruments to change something in public buildings. It's around 11 billion of dollars. If we are talking about energy efficiency fund, I just said about it that in 2017 we started work with this. I want to thank you all colleagues from European Union, especially our colleagues from Germany, because and you can see in this slide the sum of money from EU and from Germany, which help us to start this work in Energy Efficiency Fund. We appreciated it. We understand that all this information, all this experience that we have from our partners is very useful for us, and we cannot not lose any time to do it quickly. It works with banks, local authorities, housing managers, energy auditors, only last 2 years we started this work, and we have a good position now. We have almost around 1,000 application from multi-apartment buildings, but we want to move faster, and we understand this because I give you this information that our country is very big, so 1,000 of application, they cannot change all balance in our country. Our strategy for energy efficiency fund until 2025 is that we want to renovate around 10,000 of our multi-apartment buildings. So we need for this 75 billion of hryvnias, and we are planning to allocate this in our state budget and to continue our work with colleagues from EU. If we are talking about energy efficiency, it's not only for citizens, for multi-apartment buildings. We understand that we must show our people how to change their lives in their own building, how we, like authorities, must to work. This year we have very good job with our colleagues GIZ. And they help us to make a database of our public buildings. Now we have this information from 13,000 of public buildings which is situated in all country. And now we knew how they spend their money, where they have some problems with this, with energy efficiency, and we're planning to show our citizens in next years how it must be, and at least in each big cities we will try to renovate 1% of public building each year to show our people how we can use our money and what we must to do. If you are talking about transformation of coal reason, we understand that we must to do it, and our government is ready to do it. This week, until this week, maybe even tomorrow, we plan to accept our conception of transformation of coal regions. It will be the first document, official document in our country, which will show for all people how we plan it, how we will work with this process. It is very, very important for our coal regions because even when I was in the cities, people just don't know, and they have the same question maybe if in your countries what will be when the coal mines will stop, where we will be, and so on. It's first step to have this document for all of us. The second step, we plan to allocate it will be first time in a state budget that we can show some money for this transformation. Maybe it's not very big, 3.8 million euro, but it's the first time when our state budget will have this sum, and it will be very big and important information for our partners and our cities that we are ready. Next up is a function of multi-donor fund. So we are on connection with our partners, and we understand that without this we cannot do very quickly all our jobs. This last slide, we understand, and moderator said that in Slovenia almost 30% of energy balance is from coal and peat. It's the same situation in other countries, 30% it depends from coal. So we, first of all, we should must understand for ourselves what we will do if we close this process, where will be working our people, and how it will work for our future. For your understanding, in the right corner of the slide, you can see in our country we have 5 coal regions. It takes 24 territorial communities, and in these cities lives almost 1 million of people. So it's a huge place to work, and in our country now we have worked in process, it's 55 coal mines, so not one, not two, not three, it's 55 coal mines. So it will be very big opportunity to all of us to show how we can work all together quickly with this process. We understand that Green Deal is very big opportunity for our country, and we are ready to work. It's political decided for us. It's our way to change the situation. We understand that it will be not easy, but if we will not start, we will never stop. Thank you for your attention, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. You can stay here on the stage. Let's just open up the floor for any potential questions. Are there any questions from the audience for our Deputy Minister? No? Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. And we're going to continue in Ukraine. Now I'd like to welcome Ripsime Krenova-Shimkina to the stage. She's going to also talk about a use case in Ukraine. She works for the German Association for International Cooperation, the GIZ that the Deputy Minister was talking about. And she's going to be talking about the incentive for energy and climate in Ukraine, about the German-Ukrainian partnership. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank and congratulate местное община Vilnius, Pan Župan, Miss Ambassador, with the city day. It's very important for us to be here together with you. Thank you for invitation. Ukraine and Slovenia is very good friends, and the German government always support our cooperation. And today I'm here to present you how German government supports Ukraine. And we are in Ukraine, as you see in the presentation of our first Deputy Minister, we understand the importance of the Green Deal in Ukraine. And now we are setting a lot of initiatives how to introduce Green Deal activity in Europe to the Ukrainian reality. As you see, Ukraine is such a big country, and the impact of the implementation of this initiative will be crucial for and important for all of Europe and all of the world. And German government always helping. Who is caring? I'm caring about the slides.
I'm sorry, let me just check.
Самостійно, I understand, thank you. And the German government has always helped Ukraine in the way of the reforms. The most important reform what was supported is a decentralization process, good governance, and also energy efficiency, climate, and just transition. And this, it was during the last 20 years. And during the last year, it's a new initiative called Energy Partnership, German-Ukrainian Energy Partnership. Here we set 5 new priorities when we will work together. It's a renewable energy system, hydrogen, very modern topic, and just transition, energy efficiency, and decarbonization. We have a lot of projects, we have a lot of results, what I will shortly introduce for you today on the energy efficiency and just transition. Just transition, we just start. And I'm also speaker of energy efficiency and climate sector and GIZ portfolio, and then I will introduce you everything what we are doing. For the energy efficiency, we have support from BMZ, the German Ministry of International Cooperation. We have a program. I'm director of this program. If you would like to know about our activity, I will be happy also to talk during the lunchtime with you. We have 4 main directions: energy efficiency reform, energy efficiency in municipalities, vocational training and education, and energy efficiency advisory for the companies. This is the main activity on the energy efficiency level. Also, we support creation of the Energy Efficiency Fund. We have for that special support from BMU. And very important part is the climate. We, as a Ukraine, is working to introduce Energy Efficiency Directive and other related directive, European directive, to the Ukrainian legislation. For that, we are also working with establishing a vision trade scheme in Ukraine. Also, for us, it's very important to create this Secretariat of Energy Efficiency, Energy Partnership, German-Ukraine, and absolutely new topic, what we just started thinking this last year. This is a just transition, no one behind. Few words what we did for the energy efficiency reform, because for the energy efficiency, German government and GIZ working and support MEN region and Ministry of Energy more than 10 years. We have such a good result because now we have also new legislation fully based on the European directive. This is very important for us, and our parliament, cabinet of ministers, other ministers very actively thank to the German government and other European countries who supported us on this way. And the municipal component, as you heard, we also have a decentralization process, and now we have more than 1,400 municipalities in Ukraine, and more than 50 receiving support from us, from GIZ. We help them to implement energy management system, working with them to create the municipal energy plans, and also supporting with grants in implementation of energy efficiency measures. When we start to work on this issue, we understand that we need the army of professionals who will implement all this idea in Ukraine. And for that, we start a new component called qualification of energy efficiency. It's absolutely mostly new, just 2 years when we are working on that. We create different professions and special training course, and we are working with academia and colleges because we need really a lot of professionals to implement these super good plans what we already developed with the country and the cities. Also a lot of energy companies spending, and unfortunately Ukrainian company is not comparable because of the huge consumption of energy resources, and for that we have special big component when the company is receiving energy audit, a lot of trainings to special EUREM training program. It's European program. We are all the time making the matchmaking between the Ukrainian and the European companies, municipalities, students. This know-how transfer is a very important part of our work. Now I would like to introduce you our new project. It's called Just Transition, or Supporting of Structural Change of Ukrainian Coal Regions. Our project will have 5 areas of intervention. It's a huge part of the political dialogue. We have a special envoy from the German government who is working with us, Mr. Stanislav Tillich. He now in Ukraine send you a lot of greetings because he also understands and supports how important to learn from you, because you in this process many years, you have your success, you have your mistakes, what we would like to learn and not repeat if it's possible, for sure. We also will have 2 pilot projects in Ukraine. It will include, for sure, the closure of the mines. It's full support on that. Plus, we would like also to mitigate the social, economic, ecological challenges what the territory will have. The future of the territory and the future of youth who will still live on this territory is very important. And Ukraine really needs a lot of support from different sides. And our project will help on that. And we also have planned to create the fund. We call it Resilient Fund and Recovery Fund, Green Recovery Fund. We did not select the proper name for that because we just started to think about that. We have a full support from the Ukrainian government on that. And we will start as Ukrainian-German cooperation, and other donors also ready to join this work, and they promise also to contribute and make this fund multi-donors. And for sure, we are thinking a lot about communication, how to communicate with the city, with territory, with the coal miner workers, with their family, how to tell people who spend all their life to work in the shaft, how to tell them that you are not important anymore, you should reskill yourself. This is very important part of communication. We heard that Germany and Slovenia also have some success on this issue, and we will also learn from you and try to create our own way of communication with all the stakeholders who are involved in this process. We also select two pilot regions, region in the city of Chervonograd and the city of Mirnograd. Chervonograd is situated in the Lviv Oblast. Lviv Oblast, we discussed just with our deputy minister, is the same like all Slovenia. We have a territory like Slovenia and 2 million inhabitants there, and 85,000 people is involved in the coal mine work sector in this territory. And Mirnograd in Donetsk Oblast, and I'm sure you know our situation in Donetsk Oblast. It's a war near there, it's a lot of economical and political problems there, and for sure it's a lot of work, a lot of challenges on this region. And the main goal of our project to help these people to find a new way of survival and create the new future for these regions. I don't want to spend so much time. I will leave you some time for the questions. Then all information you will find in energy efficiency platform, what we developed. It's a lot of information in Ukrainian language, but I'm sure you can find something interesting for you here. And I think when we cooperate and organize everything in the comprehensive way, we will have a very good result. And I think, again, Slovenia country and Vilnius city for the good leadership on this process. We are happy to be together, and I'm sure we are together, Ukraine, Slovenia, Europe, with good and comprehensive German support. We will create new future for our country, new future for our world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. One of the things I have to say, I really love the word Schacht, because my grandfather, he's passed away since, but you know, the word Schacht is like, it's in this area, everybody knows what Schacht is, right? We know it, so we've got this in common. So I want to open up the floor for any potential questions for our friends from the Ukraine. Anything about the Ukrainian example? We've got a question from the mayor there, so.
Hvala lepa za tole predstavitev. Mogoče je to tudi vprašanje za kolega iz predstavnika ministerstva. Kako boste nadomestili električno energijo, potem ko boste seveda zaprli premog oziroma išli iz premoga? In drugo vprašanje, kako se danes sooča Ukrajina z dvigom cene CO2 kuponov in ali ima Ukrajina kot država kakšne brezplačne kupone dodeljene strani Evropske unije?
Yeah, so there's actually two questions. The first question is, how will you offset the energy that is going to be taken away from diminishing the coal, taking over the coal? What energy sources are going to be using as an alternative? That's question number one. And question number two would be, in terms of CO2 coupons, how is Ukraine, that's probably for you, the Deputy Minister, how is Ukraine facing or how is it accepting the challenge of the heightening price of CO2 coupons, if you guys have any potentially free coupons available from the European side? So you want to go the first?
I will start with the first question. This is a very important question. As you see and heard from the Mr. Sobchak, who is representative European Commission, said it's not the easy way. And for sure, it's not the easy way also for us, for Ukraine. We develop a lot of possibility to develop green energy in our country. We have a special green tariff. This is the highest in Europe, and we cannot afford it, as we know right now. We are also thinking about hydrogen. This is something new for us. We also would like to learn from you, because I heard you bought the hydrogen buses. And for us is also a challenge right now to understand the whole energy balance for Ukraine, and when we can say bye-bye for the coal. And this is a huge political discussion now in our country. We are not ready to say that we have a solution for that, unfortunately, but we will work on this issue more and more. And this is why we are talking about energy efficiency all the time, because we are not implement yet the possibility, and you know how we call it in Europe and in Germany also, then the energy efficiency and additional source. It also will be our source of the cut off the consumption. And all of this issue, what we are talking about now, will get us to the better future, I hope.
Do you have anything to add on the CO2 front?
Thank you for this question. We now understand that if we are talking about CO2 coupons, it will be very big, really it will be a problem for all of us. And 2 weeks ago we have our meeting with Prime Minister about this. It was involved with all ministries in our country which are responsible for this, or which have maybe some not directly questions, but they will be all in this process. We understand if there will be, after a short time, we must to pay much more money for this, and all other products will be not cheaper, but they will be cost much more. It's for our industry a lot of problems, and now in now times we don't have exactly question how we will, and when we will do concrete process, but this question is on our working process, and I think maybe till we need 1 or 2 months to have one conception like we have the conception from Just Transition. It will be the same position for how our country should move in this process. We understand this. We know that if we will not do nothing, it will be a very big problem for us. Unfortunately, a big part of our industry, of our factories, they are not even energy efficiency. They produce a lot of CO2, and on their working process, they really now understand how many money they need to change their industrial process. I even have some meeting with a few of such as owners of factories. They even think about just to stop work, not even to invest money in renovation, because if they will do this renovation, they unfortunately will have a lot of CO2 in our atmosphere. So even this money cannot be taken after that for the 5-10 years. So some of them just said, for us it's better to close this process and to build something real new from clear paper. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your explanation and your answer.
I would like to invite you to Kyiv. You will come soon, and we will organize for you the meeting with our agency who is responsible for the green bonds. The head of agency will be happy to meet you, and when we will have there such a comprehensive discussion about it.
Thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to the third session, which we're going to have here live. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Amazing input. I would like to invite Ms. Gertrud Ransen. She's the director of the Slovenian-German Chamber of Commerce, to have her remarks. She's going to be talking about the evolution of coal as a driving force of structural change, which is an interesting take on how we're approaching this one. Everyone's thinking of it as a problem, but she's going to be explaining to us how it can actually represent a huge opportunity. So an intro video, and then thank you very much for your presentation. We're looking forward.
Thank you very much.
Spoštovani gospod župan der Mol, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me for this very interesting conference today. So I have to see here. As already announced, I will talk a little bit about what kind of chances have this phasing out of the coal energy. Now I have also problems.
Oh, there it goes.
Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. So before I will start, let me say who we are. Of course, we are a bilateral chamber, the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And so we have three different pillars. On the one hand, we are a member organization here in Slovenia. On the other side, we are the official representation of the German industry and commerce here in Slovenia, supported by the Federal Ministry of Economics. And the third pillar is quite important to us as well. This has to do with as a service provider for German as well as for Slovene businessmen and businesswomen. You know, Germany is the most important business partner for Slovenia. So that means 1/5 of all Slovene exports are going to Germany. This is quite strong for this little Slovenia. And also more or less 1/5 comes from Germany. Due to this pandemic situation, we had a little bit problems, but Slovenia is coming back quite fast, and it is very strong. It is exporting more to Germany as it is importing, so that shows how strong also our bilateral trade volume is. Okay, give me 1 second. When we come to Germany and we talk about the transition, energy transition in Germany, we call it Energiewende. This has been, let's say, a longer program, and the transition comes from the fossil nuclear energy system to a sustainable energy system based mostly on renewable energies, but also with the energy efficiency. It has already mentioned that this lignite power plants will be shut down by the end of 38. So we have more time than Slovenia has. Yeah? So when I learned today 33, okay, this is quite challenging. Yeah? And also the renewable energies have to be covered the electricity supply in 2050. We have already certain regions in Germany where we have a very high quote already in the renewable energy, but this still has to be covered by whole Germany. And since July 2020, it has been already mentioned from a former speaker, we have this so-called Structural Strengthening Acts, especially for this region who has this coal phase out. What is most important and in Germany is, of course, the timetable. Yeah? So there is, just also mentioned, there will be, let's say, different steps till end of 38. And this is also important when you go for the structural change, when it is a planned structural change, and it's not due to the, let's say, the demand from the consumers. Yeah? And by 38, this is still the plan that last coal-fired power plant will be taken out of the grid. There has been also quite a strong support, or is strong support for the regions and also for the operators, some kind of a compensation. Of course, there's a lot of funds coming from Germany, and from 27 there will be certain tenders for new projects. And the operators, and this is also quite important, will be compensated financially. There's also the cost, and when we talk about the cost, it's not the direct cost, but there will be also, let's say, projects for the employment, for the regions, and also for the electricity consumers. Of course, when you have a region where you have a lot of companies, here in this region, you can see you have Gorenje. Of course, they will be also affected if you will go out, and also there will be an adjustment allowance for workers older than 58. Usually those co-workers, they can already go for retirement when they are 50. So this is quite a comprehensive plan from the German side. It is also monitoring of all different phases and also the consequences. There will be the consequence is what is about the security of the electricity supply in 26, in 29, and in 32. Because we see on the one hand, there's not less demand on electricity, there's even coming more, especially when we think about when we go for e-cars, when we go for the, let's say, all kind of difference and changes in the industry. And we will still have also a lot of companies who will have a need of strong energy, despite there will be also energy efficiency measurements. Also, the measures will be also that there will be the pricing of the CO2 emissions, which comes from the fossil energy sources. And let's say here we have, let's say, also a little bit problems with our companies or challenge with the companies, because there are many companies who are fearing that they will have a competitive disadvantage. Already right now we have the situation that the energy prices are raising up, and this will be have, especially when you have a strong and a high energy consumption. So let's come now a little bit to the future, because I was a little bit inspired from Welcome Future, from this title of the conference today. And I was asking for myself the question, will be the green hydrogen, will be this for a sustainable Slovenian future, And why? What has the phasing out of the coal energy to do with hydrogen? And this is quite interesting. In certain regions we have in Germany, they are trying now with cogeneration that they are quite important here for heat suppliers. But it is possible by the technology that this can be changed or converted into hydrogen producers. So there are a few best practices in this Rhineland, in this coal region, where they are now going for certain projects, if this could be used, and also here for the hydrogen power plants. And also the whole infrastructure you have. You have here the central heating system, and the whole infrastructure with the pipelines can also use as hydrogen pipes. So that means it could be, let's say, a very fast change from coal to hydrogen, used as the energy supply, especially in the industry. It can be really easily stored, and it is also easily, when we have this micro-block heating power plants, especially residential buildings, and they are not only generating heat, but also electricity. We, as the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce, so we are quite strong already in renewable energy and energy efficiency projects between Germany and Slovenia. This year, so we had some energy efficiency award, where we gave, let's say, this award to the best projects. And so we have, since 2006, more than 50 companies in this field, where we have organized B2B meetings between the two countries, and we have this year 5 bilateral projects awarded. I would like to present it to you as a best practice, what we are doing already here in Slovenia. Of course, we have this Lunas Lüftungstechniks, where they have the villa in Bordeaux. This is in my neighborship, so the neighborhood, and this is quite, has to do what you need, especially now in this pandemic times as well, to get also the let's say the virus out of the air, and how you can support this fresh air. Then we have the K2 system. They had the installation of a solar power plant in Venopilo High School, also one of the awarded companies. Then we have FISMAN, it's a climate solution on the central energy system in the new Ljubljana airport. You might know that there has been now a new terminal recently opened, and this company has this energy system supplied. Mr. Max Weishaupt, they have this apart hotel in Stare, and Knauf Insulation is also quite strong company. They have this insulation experience center. So this has been only a few, as I said, awarded companies. There are pretty much more best practice already here in Slovenia. And, but I would like to look also a little bit into the more future, what could be new projects. Yeah, of course, as we already said, we are quite strong from the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce in the renewable energy part, and we could enlarge it also to this green hydrogen. So we could also support this region in the cooperation with initiating a process for research and innovation, especially on this green hydrogen, and also, let's say, some kind of creating opportunities, roundtables, networking, to have this strategic research and innovation agenda. It would be maybe quite interesting for this region as well to cooperate on the university, on faculty level regarding new technical professions. Let me say what is easier in Germany. We have in Germany this dual vocational system. So when in Germany, when we got it in this structural change, of course, there have been new professions. There have not been any longer this mining professions offered, but new professions offered. And here in Slovenia, we don't have this dual vocational training anymore. So therefore, would be maybe, let's say, that we go more on the technical level and also technical professions to support on that one. Yeah. And also cooperation on new technologies, especially on Institute for Hydrogen as integral part. And if you would be interested, that we can have also best practice tours to Germany to see, let's say, what kind of activities has been done and to get also new ideas here for Velenje region. So this has been for my part, short, brief, and if you have further questions, please let me know. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Loving it. Are there any questions from the audience about the potential? There you go. We've got a question from the gentleman on the left-hand side.
Hello, Boštjan Krajnc, Energy Agency Xena. Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, I have two questions. The first one goes. It's fine looking how Germany will decarbonize the economy, but my question is, how are you going to compete with the products and services coming from the countries where decarbonization is still not the issue, but when climate change is not taken into consideration, but they are selling their products and services in Germany? So, of course, I'm talking about the China products.
So the question the gentleman has is, of course, it's all nice talking about the green change, but however, there is a financial impact, an economic impact at the end. How does Germany intend to compete with territories or with countries that don't have the same limitations in place, but they are selling products to Germany?
I already mentioned it. Okay, sorry. I already mentioned it that, of course, the companies are fearing these disadvantages. Yeah. So, and especially when we talk not within Europe, because in Europe it goes more or less aligned, but it is on the companies. They will have to invest, let's say, really more in the skills of the people, in a higher productivity, and also in the energy efficiency to reduce the energy impact. This is a challenge, especially, let's say, for those export-oriented industries. This applies the same for Germany, but this has to go hand in hand together with the plans Germany has also for the future, in which direction the future will go. One point is very clear: when we talk in the other way around, for the German investments abroad, it is more and more important for the German investors not only to have skilled workforce, have a good infrastructure, and let's say also a productive workforce. It is also more or less what is about the energy supply in the country and also the energy costs, and do they already go in this green energy, or do they still stay in the old energy? So this we have to see how Germany or the German companies will cope with it, but from the structure, the companies are already investing, and those companies are supporting it pretty much, especially also on this Fit for 55 Green Deal support from the EU Commission. Yeah.
And you had an additional question?
Yes, thank you very much for that. So are you going to plan to integrate these green technologies into the public procurement in Germany, for example? How are you going to do it?
Okay, this is one. Okay, when we have the company decision, yeah, okay, this is then the decision of the company, yeah, but in the public procurement, this will be properly not yet, as far as I know. Maybe our ambassador can inform more, but this will be sooner or later a part of the public procurement also in Germany. This has also a little bit to do with this so-called supply chain law, yeah, where it is going also in green, in yeah, how should I say it, in the workforce, and this will be from Germany in this public procurement sooner or later part.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll copy that from you. You know
Yeah.
that.
Thank you. Any other questions, perhaps? No? So, Frau Ransen, thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciated it. We're going to take a short break for lunch, and we're going to reconvene in about 20-25 minutes, okay? Thank you very much, and enjoy the meal.
So, hello there. Someone listening?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, I'm Ralf Sterk from the Future Agency in Germany, and I want to know if we test the presentation for later.
Yes?
Shall I share the monitor screen? Can you see something?
Sieht gut aus, Herr Sterk. Zumindest hier aus
Ja, schön. Sie habe ich auch schon gesehen. Hallo, Herr Solbach.
Hallo, Herr Sterk.
Sie sind aber auch noch in Bedburg dann und nicht runtergereist.
Ich habe heute Ratssitzung.
Schön, ja, das ist eine gute Entschuldigung.
Und es geht um,
Hallo, Herr Sterk, hier ist Matthias vom IT.
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar, guten Tag. Hatten Sie vorher noch irgendwelche Fragen oder?
Nö.
Nee. Okay, super.
Starte ich lasse ich die Präsentation durchlaufen oder machen Sie das?
Nein, Sie haben Kontrolle über Ihre Präsentation.
Okay.
Also Sie sind für alles zuständig. Wir haben jetzt eine Pause. Ich denke noch ungefähr 20 Minuten.
Ja.
Und dann werden wir uns melden, wenn wir zurück sind.
Können Sie die Präsentation schon sehen?
Ja, wir können
dann
sie sehen,
funktioniert es. Also das
funktioniert alles super. Ja,
alles klar, super.
Genau,
Gut, okay.
Super.
Danke.
Okay, bitteschön.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Dober dan, dobrodošli nazaj na konferenci, mednarodni konferenci Pozdravljena prihodnost na zeleno do kakovostnejšega življenja. Lepa hvala vsem, ki ste nam pridružili v dvorani. Thank you everyone for joining us in Velenje, as well as everyone that is joining us from abroad using telecommunications. So we're going to continue with the afternoon's program, mostly online sessions. So the first online session we're going to have, we're joined by Ralf Sterk, Director of the Agency for Future of Rhineland. It's very interesting to look at the name of his organization, Zukunftsagentur, literally the Agency for Future, and it's probably amazing to work for such an agency. So please welcome Mr. Ralf Sterk, and the title of his session is The Future is Ours, the Agency for Future of Rhineland, about the structural transition in Rhineland.
Yes. Thank you very much. Best greetings from Germany to Slovenia. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to have been invited to be talking to you about the ongoing structural transition in the Rhineland mining area today. I would also like to introduce you to the work and the role of the Zukunftsagentur Rheinisches Revier, which I represent here. So, let's see. Can I put the next one, or
I believe you have the full control of the slides, so.
You have the control, or me?
I believe it's on your side.
Okay, I'll try it. Wait a second. No.
Does the keyboard work by any chance? No?
No, I hope so. No, wait a second. You see the next one?
No, we don't see it yet.
No, I see it. I see the next one. It's good. So wait. Try again. I hope it's. You see the next one?
Yes. Now we see slide number 2.
So
the floor is yours.
I hope it's so, and I hope we have this problem everywhere. Yes. You will see some questions that I will answer as I go along, so that you can get an idea of the topics I will be addressing today. For a start, let's turn to the first and most fundamental one. What is structural transition, and why has it already begun in the Rhineland mining area? You had some subjects in the morning for that. Also, Mrs. Runson, I heard. So maybe a few questions are already answered here. So I hope you see the next slide. The Rhineland mining area, or what we in German call Rheinisches Revier. You may note that the region is part of our company's name, is a huge area surrounding 3 big open-cast mines. I will talk about the open-cast mines later, but here you will see some key facts about the Rhineland mining area. These few figures along makes clear how many local peoples are developed and that depend on the energy industry, which is currently still based on the mining of lignite and its change in power plants. So we have these three big mining fields. This is Inden. It's the smallest one with an operating area of 1,700 hectares, and the coal production here is around 20 million tons per year, and it will get closed at the end of the 20s. The next one, Garzweiler, is most visible open case mine because part of the motorway 44 runs right past the edge, and of several minutes you have a view of the operating area, which covers 3,200 hectares. Lignite has been mined here for 100 years, and the gold production here is up to 35 million tons per year, and this area will be closed in 2038. And Hambach is with the operating area of 2,380 hectares, the largest active open cast mine in the Rhineland mining area, and here are around 40 million tons of lignite mined every year. And a total of 90 to 95 million tons of lignite are extracted from the ground every year by the operator RWE in the Rhineland mining area. The operating areas moves with the time. You can see the change in this short video, and you can work out that our region is one of the most important energy suppliers in whole Germany. Yeah, the negative side on this is the greenhouse gases that are released in the production of the lignite mining and the turning lignite to energy. Ms. Ranson said this also. The harm is the climate, and the majority of the politicians in Germany sees that also this way, which is why the Coal Phase Out Act was decided upon 2020. This stipulates that the production of fossil fuels will be reduced by and complete stopped after 2038. This has several implications. Our task as Zukunftsagentur is to work with stakeholders in the region and with the state and federal government to prevent negative impacts by finding solutions to them and implementing them in a timely manner. Now let's briefly look at the most obvious impacts. Energy. If we run out the major energy sources in just 17 years, it could endanger energy supplies or drive up prices. We need to prevent both. That's why we need to make climate-friendly energy sources available as quickly as possible as part of an energy transition. Hydrogen is an important keyword here, and we come back to this topic later. Mrs. Ranson also talked about this issue. The landscape, the open cast mines fields affect their surroundings in various ways. We are talking about huge open holes in the landscape. Those holes can't stay open in the future, and the vision is to fill them with water, creating huge lakes that will increase the quality of life as leisure areas. The infrastructure must also be optimized with a view to mobility in terms of planning. This is a huge challenge as a holistic task. Jobs, people will lose their jobs when the open case mines close. Not all of them will be close to retirement age by then, so we need to offer them prospects, help them with retraining their skills, and also make the region more attractive for the location to motivate more companies to settle here so that new jobs are created and skilled workers are able to change jobs if needed. From these examples alone, you can see that it's impossible to manage structural change by looking at just one problem. We cannot concentrate only on energy or on employment or only on transformation of the landscape. All those things and many others go hand in hand, and we need to organize that in a far-sighted manner. Our non-profit company is named Zukunftsagentur, like you say. It is, in literal translation, future agency. This is a symbolic name, as our task is to help our region going into a good future and putting that on a secure and sustainable fundament. Our headquarters is located in Jülich, in the heart of the Rhineland mining area, and we have 18 shareholders, which you can see here on the list. And we have more than 40 people working for us, most of them academics from different backgrounds, who bring specialist knowledge and expertise. In fact, we are the regional development agency for the Rhineland mining area. Our experts address all fields of activities which were identified to be essential for the structural transition: energy and industry, resources and agribusiness, innovation and education, spatial development and infrastructure. As you can guess, the starting chains are going to touch all these fields. So many hundreds of experts, as well as companies, institutions, will be involved. In order to coordinate all these activities and to keep them with the goals, a guiding hand is needed to hold all the threads together. We are that guiding hand. That's our task. The mandate to do this has been given to us by the federal and state government. We are financed by taxpayers' money. Furthermore, in the progress of changing in the region, the human beings living in it are naturally affected first and foremost. And our first and foremost concern is for the people. That's why we are also taking these people along to give them opportunities to help shape the structural change through participation processes, and also by keeping them informed of all progress and developments. This informing task and the task of creating a sense of collective identification with the region is also an essential issue for the Zukunftsagentur. However, this is not a solo effort. As you have probably heard, and Mrs. Hansen also said, the German federal government has promised a lot of money for funding for structural change, and the Rhineland mining area gets 40.8 billion euros until 2038. We do not administer this money. As explained, we have a coordinating and informing rule, so ensure that there actually flows into projects which will foreseeable advanced structural change. We have developed a qualification procedure before applications are submitted. That's how we indirectly advise the government how to spend the money. So we also take an advisory role. We advise both projects technically on their development and decision makers on where the available money is in good hands. Of course, we don't do this by good feeling, but by clearly defined criteria and following set aims. our publication called Economic and Structural Program summarize all this. It is a guideline for structural change, and not only input from our experts and their networks has gone on it, but also the opinion of the people in the region, from the research out to and ask those citizens' participation, as well as the comments of 46 institutions, administrations, and organizations. Having this in a written form is like a reference book for possible questions concerning where we want to go and what we have to do in order to get there. The economic and structural program is given direction to every topic within the structural transition and a kind of roadmap for the coming changes, creating a natural and objective basis for the decision if or not a project gets funding from the budget. We make a qualification process. It has 3 stages with 1 star awarded on every stage. 3 stars are equivalent to saying that the project benefits structural change and that funding access is identified. An idea is submitted and evaluated by experts. According to a definite catalog, experts check the project and advise on how ideas can get to meet the goals of the structural change. 2 programs with a total of over 100 projects are already underway. The program just started with new calls and 40 projects are already on apply. I would like to briefly present a few projects Passport Toto so that you can get an idea of the quality and the range of the projects we are supporting in the Rhineland mining area. Just 3 weeks ago, the Minister President of North Rhine-Westphalia, Armin Laschet, personally brought a funding decision in the project Helmholtz cluster for a sustainable and infrastructure competitive hydrogen economy, gets a total of 860 million euros in funding. Without the work of the Germans' largest hydrogen project, the transformation of the energy industry could not be reached by 2038. Production peaks of solar, wind parks, and all renewable energies from remote regions of the world, which otherwise would not be usable in our country, can be made continuously available. The project will turn the Rhineland mining area into a hydrogen model region with global impact. It's an important bridge between research and companies making hydrogen available as an energy storage medium for the broad market. The Innovation Center will create concrete incentives for companies to settle in the Rhineland mining area, and where companies settle, jobs are created. Let's look at the second project, namely the Innovation Platform Entrepreneurship Center Rhineland region in Hürth near Cologne. The ECRR aims to become a hub that promotes exchange between science, industry, business, crafts and startups, as well as the innovative performance of all participants. As a result, the Rhineland mining area will attract even more startups in the future. It will enrich the location factors with expensive expertise in the field of artificial intelligence. The model center with supra-regional appeal is to be established. Its perspective that experts from research, from science, business, and education will work together on a physical hub and specific transfer offer. They will provide innovative products development and the development of new business models. Now, last but not least, we take a brief look to the Factor X agency of a partner organization, the Interland Development Company. This agency has proposed a project that set up a competence center for resource-saving construction. But let's have a look at the short video on the subject that speaks for itself. Yes, this is Rebau, one of our projects here for the resource and saving construction. As you can see, these projects are working with or based upon science. Science and business are literally passing the baton to each other when it comes to structural change. Research ensure that innovations are quickly ready for the market. Companies implement them on the market and thereby create new business areas, entire companies and jobs. And all of this can only give you a view of what lies ahead. But you will have realized that network thinking and interdisciplinary collaboration are essential. That is perhaps something we can give you to take with you on your journey. Bring together experts of different areas and let them work out in direction together. Get people involved, then structural change is still difficult enough, but it has been precondition for succeeding in the interest of everyone. And with this picture of one of the lakes here in Inden and a small harbor you can visit in a few decades here, I say thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sterk. We had a little bit of a problem with the video, so we'd really appreciate if you could share the link, and we're going to spread it with all the participants today.
Yeah,
so
I've sent it to you.
yeah, so thank you very much for your.
I can send you the whole presentation.
Perfect. Really appreciate it, and stay safe. So we're going to continue on with the next presentation. It's also going to be done online. We're not moving very far. We're moving to the town of Bedburg. We have Sasha Solbach on the line, who's the mayor of the city of Bedburg. He's been a mayor for quite a long time there, and at the same time, he's also been named into the official coal mining region of Rhineland as a representative of local communities during the restructuring phase. So the next presentation is called Bedburg, the enforcements of energy policy and their meaning for structural change. So let's hear it for Sasha Solbach. Mr. Solbach, are you online with us? Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can understand you very good. Thank you. I also listened to the presentations before. Thank you for having me, and all the best greetings to Vilenia. I think we're kind of marching in the same situation, going the same way, and I hope I can contribute some more detailed information on the structural change process going down here in our region after the things that Ralf Stark already told us. I try to start my presentation. Just a second. Oops. Later. Okay. So can you already see something?
Not yet, unfortunately.
Not yet. Let's try it again. Same problem as Mr. Stark. So.
Yes.
Now everything's perfect. Yes.
Okay. So Bedburg, a rather small city in the heart of the Rhineland. We're facing a huge threat at the moment, a very challenging process, but I think we also having a great chance to renew and to reinvent ourselves. And I would like to tell you why. You already saw the coal mining site Garzweiler, the largest one, a lignite coal mine here in the area. That will be the last mine to be opened until 2038. To my opinion, I think it's going to be 2035 or even 2030. Let's see what the new governments in Germany will decide after the election this Sunday. We heard a lot of more global talks, and I want to give you a brief look inside what happens locally. What is this transformation meaning for the people here in the region? First of all, when the German federal government talked about phasing out coal, this new politics were basically seen as a big threat for this whole region. Our whole ecosystem of regional economies that grew for more than 100 years are threatened by collapse. That was what we first think here in the region. We have so many parts of industries that are connected with the lignite mining system here in the region. And it's not so easy to stop lignite mining without losing all the other industries here in the region. So the city of Bedburg has 25,000 citizens, and more than 3,000 people work in the lignite mining industry. So for our small city, this is a real big impact. And how do we prepare a phase out of lignite coal in the next couple of years? My strategy when becoming a mayor in 2014 was we have a big chance because we already moved as a city. In 2014 and 15, we began building a huge wind farming project right on the coal mining site next to Garzweiler. And today we see 25 wind turbines with a total output of 67 megawatts installed capacity. And just right now at the moment, 5 more wind turbines are built so that we, with a new and more efficient wind turbines, we get 90 megawatts of installed power, green power here in Bedburg. And with this wind park, I think come all the great opportunities in a phase where we have to transform the whole energy system, the way we think, the way we use our energy here in the region. And our main target is that we want to create new jobs, we want to create new industries, we want to save mainly of our already here existent industries, and creating a new perspective out of this, our whole energy history, let's say it like that. So we have to work very hard on our future. We have to work on our own on one side, and but the second thing we did was to reorganize as a region. We had to understand that these difficulties we are facing, the challenge, is not a challenge for the city of Bedburg or our neighbor cities, but this is a challenging process for all the Rhineland area, and even more for the 20 cities that are mainly affected of this coal phase out. So we began working together. Now we work together with a future development agency. Ralf Stärk showed you everything about that. But we also worked on intermunicipal relationships more. We realized that by working together, we can create a lot more impact for getting our positions heard in the regional government here in North Rhine-Westphalia and also in Berlin. And so that they understand that this change process is not only the change of our energy system, but the change of the whole economic system here in the Rhineland region. We want to recreate ourselves, want to build a new lead industry. Maybe it's hydrogen, maybe it's a totally new industry that we don't know by today. But for Bedburg, everything started with the wind park. I already managed that. Bedburg is one of the few cities in Germany that is a real shareholder of a wind farm. We have 49% of this wind park, so all of our citizens benefit of the transformation process. And this in a city where 3,000 people today get their loans from their money from the coal mining industry. So we want to show them that the renewable energies are also a thing that you can make money with. And we try to reinvest this money and strengthen our schools and creating new sites of living and housing and new industry projects here in the city. So the story of Bedburg is some kind of a showcase of renewable energies, the way you can use it and make it some kind of feelable for the people. Some hands-on projects are needed, and the first one we created with a beginning in 2014 was the CO2 neutral living and housing, a settlement here in one part of Bedburg, in which the construction of every house is resource conserving. We working together with the already shown Factor X agency, so that more than 50% of the energy consumption and the resource consumption of compared reference buildings will be built here in Bedburg. 29 single-family houses, 30 semi-detached houses, 51 terraced houses, 8 apartment houses. A focus on electric mobility, a focus on a more social way of living together. And this social aspect is very important to understand. It also is thought together with renewable energies. Why? We have a new central heat generation that with an energy center right in this future house site that is being built right now. And we used a low-X heating network for the whole neighborhood. So everyone participates from this heat system that is powered by one of our windmills in our own wind park. There's a direct connection to our wind park, and the wind park will provide energy, green energy, 365 days a year, 24 hours available throughout a big storage system and a direct connection, providing energy and providing heat or coolness in the summer. And this is the first site in Germany where you can, I think in Europe, where we show that the renewable energies can be very good placed next to house development sites and make the energy transition process more feasible for the people. You see energy storage with lithium-ion and heat storage units, and overall there are 150, I think, houses that are built in this area. And in another project, we try to move it even further. We'll create a new urban district in another part of our city, which was a factory site in the past, and we now want to create there a very urban district, more urban than it is usual here for this Rhineland area. 1,200 residential units, the new home for 2,500 to 3,000 people, a mixed use of living there, an elementary school, a daycare center, a hotel, a cinema, gastronomy. So a big quality move forward. And also we want to have more than 70 to 80% of this area to be directly connected to renewable energies like photovoltaic or our wind turbines. And this is the next step where we want to show that the new art of living together and building buildings with a high energy standard will make this whole transition process more feasible here in Bedburg. But we have to do a lot more. And so we created a digital collaborative municipal utility. Sounds very German, I think, even when I say it in English. 3 cities work together on a new energy system. The city of Bergheim, the city of Elsdorf, and Bedburg. All of those cities are today right next to a lignite mine or to a power plant. And so we are all in this same change process. We want to expand together our activities in the renewable energies, renewable generation plants, energy security, and supply security for all our economics. This is a big, big issue. So if the aluminum industry doesn't get the energy 24/7 and to an affordable price, they will move. And this will lead to more job losses than we can compensate. So we have to do everything to get a way of to rebuild our nets and to get more energy security here in the region, more grid stability. we have a secure grid integration of decentralized regenerative generation plants in being implemented. Smart city applications are also planned here in the region. To achieve these goals, DGS is pushing ahead with the conceptual design and control of a so-called regional area power plant. So a managing site for all the more than 150 to 200 windmills, photovoltaic power plants, and so on, to manage them all and to get this, our grid in a stable way. We are also planning to create new jobs. We have to be more attractive to new companies that we are at the moment. And the first thing we did was the thing I showed you before, getting a really nice and calm new city picture with very modern ways of living possibilities. But we also need to have a new industrial parks in the whole region. Bedburg is planning a new industrial park right next to the A61 freeway between Bedburg, the villages of Castor Königshofen and Pütz, a rather small village. And there we want to get space for new companies to move here into the region and to redesign our industrial picture here in the region. So when you are in a 100 years and more coal mining region, it's quite hard to reinvent yourself. And we are really trying to get companies to move here to Bedburg, to show them that we have a lot in common. And right now, at the moment, it's looking, it's going to work out, I think, very good for us. There are a lot of nice companies that want to move here. And we also plan this, this industrial park, not on ourselves, not alone, but also in an intermunicipal unit. So the citizens and the cities of Bergheim and Elsop will also participate from every company that comes here to Bedburg. This is a new social way of making economic politics, I think. We will explicitly not focus on one specific industry. We know that can be dangerous even after 100 years. And so we tried to get it more interdisciplinary. Two big projects, Bedburg decided to create in the last 1.5 years, of which we want to participate on the huge development funds that are given into this region. 14.8 billion euros will float into this region, and we think we can contribute with some very good projects. And as you heard before, hydrogen, green hydrogen, is maybe one of the key factors of rebuilding our energy system, also for you. And here in the region, we want to create a project that is also related to our wind farming with 90 megawatts of installed capacity, and even more to come in the next 3 years. About 150 to 160 megawatts is our goal. We can provide a big contribution to invent green hydrogen here in the region. We plan to piloting a multi-use power-to-gas system in our new industrial park, or in the wind park area that I already talked about. We want to integrate an electrolysis plant into the local energy supply chain, and want to show that green hydrogen is a key factor for many, or will have effects on many parts, on mobility. The buses of the Rhine-Erft-Kreis bus company will be driven with green hydrogen out of Bedburg in the next couple of years. We have a huge agricultural business site here in Bedburg that will be working with green hydrogen as a heating component. We will work together with a huge aluminum factory in the neighbor city of Grevenbroich, where they want to try to recycle aluminum by using power plants that are heated or used with green hydrogen. Things like that, I think, are the future, and for our whole region. And together with the things you heard about the Forschungszentrum Jülich in the speech of Mr. Stark, I think we can really create something totally new here. The second project that we created is the so-called Green Industrial Maker Space here in Bedburg. Maker spaces, you maybe know them out of the Silicon Valley. You create a space and people use this space, they meet each other, a management by chaos, as you can say, and something will drop out and maybe create a new business. And what we were thinking about is how can we help all the companies that now relying to the lignite coal mining industry to create themselves in a new way. We want to give them a place where doers and practitioners from the region can given the necessary creative freedom to develop and pilot their ideas for more sustainable projects. We want to help them to get rid of this old image of climate damaging industry and craft processes, and want them to be replaced by images of a new, modern, efficient, and opportunity-rich processes. Doing so, Bedburg takes the following sub-goals in our account. We want to use the high acceptance by the economic stakeholders here in the region and our populations. They are used to know that change processes their whole life. Our whole city has been restructured through the mining site, going one time through the whole city of Bedburg. And so they know that change has to be taken place and they want to participate in change. We as the municipal of Bedburg want to create a system of low bureaucratic hurdles. I think very important for the industry. Broad involvement of stakeholders via an advisory board placed in the makerspace. I think great chances of stabilization for the whole region, because the more small companies here in the region, they face really big problems because they don't have the money or the sites to recreate themselves while being stuck also in this system of the lignite mining. And we want to evaluate the achievement of the set goals by the means of success indicators we are developing with the companies here in the region, with the whole economic players here in the region, with the politic here in the region, and want to create a new picture of ourselves. I think Bedburg has the potential to be some kind of a renewable heart here in this Rhineland area, and we want to be first movers. Some more things we have in common. We are expand our photovoltaic plants in Bedburg. We are building 2 new photovoltaic power plants here with a total amount of 30 megawatts of installed capacity. We are expanding our charging infrastructure for electric vehicles here in Bedburg. I think we have a very high density of this charging infrastructure so that a lot of people here in Bedburg are first movers regarding to the electric mobility. And we want to help people to renovate existing buildings and making them more energy efficient. And maybe we can take part of a huge expo that will take place here in the region, where we want to show all our activities for the people in a comprehensive mode. So just a brief look on what you can do in this change process. I think everyone has to find their own way, but I think we have a lot in common. And wish you good luck in your change process. I congratulate you to this great conference. I think a very, very cool conference that you made here together. And yeah, one last question. How can we work together? Maybe we can work together, and maybe we just could give it a try. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Solbach. Really, really interesting stuff that you guys are doing in Germany. Let's open it quickly for a few questions. Does anyone from the audience have a question for a guest? Yeah, we got a question over there.
Okay.
Could you just introduce yourself and then we'll try to do the translation.
Ja, Branko Sevčinkar, sindikat delavcev dejavnosti energetike. Prej ste rekli, da ni zagotovljeno, da bo do leta 2035 vsi delavci dosegli pogoje za upokojitev. Zanima me, kako boste tiste delavce, ki tega ne bodo izpolnjevali, prestrukturirali, ker pa vemo, da so delovna mesta v energetiki in rudarstvu delovna mesta z visoko dodano vrednostjo. A so za tiste, ki se bodo prekvalificirali, predvidene kakšne dodatne stimulacije oziroma kakšne druge spodbude, da bodo šli se prekvalificirati? Hvala.
Thank you very much for the question. Let me translate, Mr. Solbach, the question for you. So Mr. Sevčinkar is coming from the unions, and he has a question. You have said that by 2035, when the last mine will close, you will most likely not be able to move not all the employees are going to be ready for retirement. So what are your plans when it comes to transitioning them to new positions? And especially because people that are working in energy usually have a higher added value on their positions. So are you going to have any stimulation, any additional resources available to get these people to move to other fields?
I think when working for about 100 years in the field of energy production, you have to think about how to move them to the next level. And this, the first idea we had was this green industrial maker space where new companies will be created, I think. All the examples of this maker spaces show that they have a very high output of new companies, of startups in this new field of maybe the renewable energies that will provide us of being an energy region in the future. We have about 15 years to transform the whole region. This is not a long period of time. And today, the RWE, which are our lignite company, they are one of the they help young people to get into the jobs and to the business, and they will be gone in 15 to 18 years, I think. So we have to move new companies here in the region. We are focusing on energy companies or on companies on economics that are have something to do with energy, with renewable energies. And so we hope that some of the people that maybe work today in the lignite mining power plants and the companies will help us to rebuild our grids, help us to manage our virtual power plants in the region. And so I hope we can get a lot of them in the job and not lose them on the way. This would be our first goal. But I think there is no guarantee that we can do that, but we have to try. We have to try. This is what I described in the beginning of my speech. This whole region here is in a fear. There are generations of people that working in lignite mining, and they all know that the next generation will not work there anymore. So we have to find a new plan for a younger generation, I think.
Yeah, we have the same case here, Mr. Solbach. So if I can follow up on what you've said, hope we can work together. I really do hope that we can, and I'm very confident that we will have the chance to. So thank you very much for your presentation. Stay safe, and talk to you soon. And now we're going to move to the next presentation. We already seen Mr. Philipp Suttmeier from the Fraunhofer Institute IMWS in Leuna. He heads the Center there for Knowledge Transfer in Chemical and Biosystemic Technologies. So he's going to hold a short session about structural changes and the energy transition in central Germany. So Philipp Suttmeier from the Fraunhofer Institute IMWS in Leuna.
Thank you so much.
So Mr. Suttmeier, do you hear us well?
Yes.
We can also hear you and we can see you well, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So thank you for this invitation and the chance to represent Fraunhofer at your conference. So it's a real pleasure for me to talk to you. So my name is Philipp Suttmeier. I'm a research associate at the Fraunhofer Institute for Microstructure of Materials and Systems in Halle. I'm representative of knowledge and technology transfer, and now I want to present you some facts about the structural change in Middle Germany. I try to share my... Yes, I hope you can see.
Yes,
now.
everything's perfect. We see everything. So
great. Thank you. So, first of all, I would like to inform you about the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft and our Fraunhofer Institute. After that, I would like to inform you about the structural change in Middle Germany and its challenges. And after that, finally, I will present you some technical approach to the design of structural change and discuss individual projects we have so far. So if you have some technical specific questions, I ask you to formulate them by mail so I can forward them to my colleagues and they will answer you surely. So let's start with the presentation. Okay. A definition of the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft. Fraunhofer is a non-profit association for application-oriented research and development for the benefit of the economy and society. So it means we have our focus on research with a technology readiness level from about 4 to 5 till 7 to 8. We have over 75 institutes and research facilities in Germany and several representations all over the world. Our budget in 2020 was about 2.8 billion of euros with about 29,000 of employees and staff. So it's our aim to be a leading institution for applied research in Europe and providing scientific excellence in business and industries. So our institute, Fraunhofer IMWS in Halle, it's a methodically oriented cross-sectional institute for microstructure diagnostics and microstructure design. We are established in 1992, and since 2016 we are an own independent institute. We have 6 locations and about 333 employees and staff. Our budget in 2020 was about 26 million euros And the main topic, our business units are electronics, photovoltaics, optical materials, carbon cycle, plastics, phosphor heels, and that's the main topic for our conference here, the hydrogen technologies. So our scientific team is very mixed. We have employees from 17 nations. They arise every year about 100 scientific publications and about 200 industrial projects per year. So we are a very family-friendly employee. 25% of our employees are female and 65 of them also have children. So here are some informations about mission and vision of our institute. However, that should not be in foreground now. In our hydrogen business unit, we distance ourselves a little more from microstructure analysis and have focused on new technologies and their applications. Okay, what are the forms of cooperation with us? Typical industrial contract research and develop or some services for industry. Also some applied basic research founded most times by public or industry. All our projects are also combined with some aspects of technology transfer and the chance to build up something new, so like spin-offs and so on. Okay, so enough advertising for Fraunhofer. Let's come with a closer look to the structural change, especially in middle Germany. So what are the challenges in shaping structural change? We have a realignment of energy generation. We stand at a point where we have a parallel exit from coal-based energy generation and nuclear energy generation. We have many locations of energy-intensive industries, and to close the power plants has massive effects for the energy-intensive industries and supply and value chains. So we have to manage an industrial change for about 20,000 industrial jobs, which direct or indirect depends on the energy-intensive industries. It's such a big project for us, and we have the challenge to involve also the social participation and combine it with the transformation process at all. So we have, including our local conditions, we have an industrial heritage which serves as a good basis with some good networks and also some a good basis for our industries, but we have the challenge to build some new industries on this outstanding behavior industries what we have yet. So that's our main challenge right now. So what does it mean for Saxony-Anhalt? Let's have maybe a closer look at Saxony-Anhalt. The industrial focus of Saxony-Anhalt is in the following areas: chemistry, bioeconomies, health economies, and also its logistics and automotive sectors. We have cross-cutting issues with energy industry and digitalization. Saxony-Anhalt receives almost 4.8 billion euros in funding. 1.6 billion are for investment measures and 3.1 billion are federally owned measures. So it's really, really much money in this structural change, and we have almost implementation aspects. So previous projects were founding in bioeconomy, in sustainable plastics technology, and local initiatives to increase the attractiveness of the location. Hydrogen is a cross-cutting issue in the chemical and the energy industry. So cross-border aspects are the regional interdependence between Saxony-Anhalt and Saxony, in particular the chemical and the automotive sectors. Okay, so let's have a closer look. What is the role of Fraunhofer in the structural change? We have divided it into three aspects. First aspect, the politics. Second, the economy. And third, the society. For the politics, we have technology and knowledge transfer. So how can we enable companies to put research results into practice? It's a main topic for us. We want to assist the economy to get the research results into their products. We have some socio-economic research. What are the effects which we expect when we implementing the research results? And we have some interface management between business sides and politics. In the economy, we have to develop and applicate the key technologies in the mining area. We have to transfer the innovation push into the economy, and which this also means some new business models and jobs in the region. So for the society, it means some acceptance problems. We have to analyze them. We have different participation formats for the districts, and we have technology-related qualification offers. So Fraunhofer has built offices in every coal mining district and coordinates the collaboration and the transfer into the economy. What are our Fraunhofer impact targets in structural change? We have the integration of industrial heritage into new and existing structures. We have the establishment of research facilities to strengthen innovation in the coal fields. We have the integration of regional economic area to promote technology sovereignty. We have the promotion of projects with great sustainability, and we have strengthening Germany as a business location through support for cross-district and cross-state concepts. So it's not only in Middle Germany, we have also heard something about the other coal districts, and it's the role of Fraunhofer to have also a plan for all coal districts and not only for the coal district of Middle Germany, Saxony-Anhalt. So let's have a closer look. What are our activities in central Germany? Our Fraunhofer activities in central Germany. First of all, we stand for a technology-oriented structural change. Our aim is to stand next to the industry and help them to get innovated and be sustainable in their products and their processes. So it's a technology-oriented structural change, which also insbesondere für the energy-intensive industries. We have direct links to the processing companies. Some of our locations from Fraunhofer are directly included in the chemical parks. We have also much applied research on photovoltaics and hydrogen technologies. We have some development for healthcare products and sustainable production methods in the bioeconomy. On the right side, we have some, you can see some of our projects we have I will present you in a few minutes some more details about that. Okay, the central German chemical triangle includes all chemical parts in the region and stretches from Halle, Leipzig, which is about here, to Dresden and also to Berlin. So this is a East Germany chemical triangle, which has many chemical parks inside, and also a pipeline network which connects all the chemical parks with each other. So the big challenge for all partners in the chemical triangle is the substitution of petroleum-based processes with renewable energies. The integration of green hydrogen into the processes of the chemical industry is a big project. We have to move from previously linear value chains to a circular economy. In the long term, it means that we have to reduce CO2 emissions and reach our climate targets in the next years. So what does it mean? What are our competences in our field of hydrogen? Our focus is on optimizing the generation and storage of green hydrogen. We evaluate electrolyzers on industrial scale, and we develop and characterize improved materials for water electrolyzers. We also evaluate and analyze components for electrolyzers and microstructural details. Why is hydrogen so good for shaping structural change? It's a product and a raw material on the chemical industry in central Germany. So the German government sees hydrogen as a key element for a sustainable and climate neutral industry. It enables the defossilization of energy intensive industries, and it can be produced in a climate neutral way. So it enables compensation of the fluctuating supply of renewable electricity, and it can be used in industry, in heat and power generation, or also in mobility. So we have it here on the right side. Hydrogen can be used in many different areas. Okay, so what are our main topics in our business field of hydrogen? I mentioned it earlier. We want to improve materials. We want to improve generation and storage of hydrogen. And we also want to applicate it in power-to-X processes. What that means, I will show you on the next slide. So, what does power-to-X processes means? We have divided into 3 parts. It means power generation, energy conservation, and the application. In the power generation, it's the generation of electricity-based renewable energies, so solar or wind. After that, we produce by water electrolyzers some green hydrogen, and this green hydrogen we use for direct use in fuel cells or in feedstock chemicals. We can also use this and combine it with CO2 out of the air to produce some fuels, which means synthetic fuels or e-fuels, which can be climate neutral, used in cars or planes or something like that. So this is a big topic for us to use it in mobility applications. We also can use it to produce some chemical products. It's especially in our chemical parks is it a main topic too, but it's not so big like not such a big topic like power to fuels, I think. Okay, now I would like to show you some projects which are currently preparing and we are working on. First project is our hydrogen lab Leuna. It's a large facility on which we test the integration of green hydrogen into the processes of the chemical industry. This facility and this system is built directly in the chemical park, and it is connected to the pipeline network of the chemical park Leuna. In the first project, now with our industrial partners, we are now testing the behavior of the system in industrial implementation. Okay, next project is the Hydrogen Lab Görlitz, which is located in Görlitz in the Lausitz. And it's testing the market ramp-up of hydrogen technologies there. It analyzes the processes along the hydrogen value chain and specializes in the certification of new hydrogen technologies. Mainly, there are long-term tests which are carried out there. Okay, our last, third and last hydrogen lab is in Bremerhaven, which is directly to the North Sea. You can see it here on the picture. There's the North Sea. In this hydrogen lab, we test the interaction between wind energy and the hydrogen generation by using electrolysis. So we also test the treatment of seawater for electrolysis, and yeah, this hydrogen lab is currently under construction and will be opened soon. I think in about 1 year. Okay. Sorry for that. So. Another exciting project is the large-scale underground hydrogen storage in salt caverns. We pump the hydrogen into the salt caverns in order to store it there and to be able to withdraw it as required. So the hydrogen will be stored there and it's connected with pipelines to our existing hydrogen pipeline and to the chemical parks. As you can see it here on this picture, the pipeline is under construction right now, and it will be built. So far, the caverns also exist at this point, and it gives us the opportunity to use green hydrogen in processing even in the dark or when the wind is calm. So we have a storage of green hydrogen always there. Okay. My last slide and our last project is a project Zinlink. We do it together with our partners, which are listed here below. The aim is to produce synthetic fuels here and synthetic gas from air and green hydrogen. These synthetic fuels can be used in mobility or for heating or something like that. And it is our first chance maybe to produce a climate neutral fuel for our existing systems, so like car fuel or fuel for aviation and shipping and so on. The project is still beginning and will certainly take several years before it can produce large quantities of such fuels. But yeah, it's a kind of a start for near future. So yeah, it's our first step to produce climate neutral fuels in Leuna. So, okay, That's it. That was my presentation. Yeah, I invite you to have some questions about specific questions. Please send me an email. I will forward it to my colleagues, which are directly in the projects. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suttmeyer. Thank you also for the kind invitation for questions. We're running a little bit late, so we're going to ask our colleagues and the attendees to send you a few questions if they have them. Thank you very much and stay safe. We're going to continue on and we're going to stay at the Fraunhofer Institute, but we're going to move to a different part of it. So next person that is going to be presenting is Björn Drexler. He's a higher researcher and business consultant at the Fraunhofer Institute IEG at Cottbus. He's going to have a presentation called Energy Transition in the Lužice region. And Mr. Drexler, the floor is yours. We're going to take off with a brief intro and then it's up to you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Drexler. Are you able to hear us okay?
I hear you and I can't see you, but I can see my presentation and I hope you do as well.
Everything is fine. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. So thank you very much for having me and for giving me the opportunity to take part in this very inspiring conference of you and to share some of our experiences in Lusatia and some of my personal views as well. I also want to thank you on behalf of the whole team of Fraunhofer IEG for inviting us to your event. And of course, thank you to my previous speakers. I'm very happy that so much is happening right now all over Europe. And I realized that some of the topics I will present to you now already have been presented by them, and I will try to skip them if necessary. Today, I will give you first a brief introduction to the current situation of the coal or lignite mining region of Lusatia, especially with regards to the strong focus of its economy and the people. I'm then going to talk about the major fields for action and measures in politics, economy, and society as well. And about our way towards an almost climate neutral but still prosperous energy, transportation and industrial sector in less than 3 decades. So the last decade and the next 2 decades or a bit more. And last but not least, I will present some interesting projects of Lusatia as well concerning the future of coupled heat and power systems and highlight the important role that new research and development institutions like us play for this just transition. And yeah, I find it funny that one of my previous speakers has been talking about Zukunftsagentur or been a representative of that future agency. And I want to just mention that Brandenburg had a Future Development Agency as well a couple of years ago. They renamed it now, and maybe it is because the future is now and nothing in the future. So we are making a lot of progress, and many things we are talking about now still already happen in real life. So next thing is short abstract with some pictures of our region. And I want to say that in 2021, being a major German mining and power generation region for more than a century, Lusatia has now excellent preconditions for developing a sustainable, strong economy and building a climate neutral future, while steadily improving the living conditions of its inhabitants. And by that, I mean humans, animals, and plants. But important is how did we get to this point? What have been the obstacles and achievements in the younger past? Which are the lessons learned? And what are the main challenges and opportunities for the future? And I start with, some highlighting of the potential we have. And I named, or it's about 100% green electricity as a foundation for a climate neutral industry of the future. And not only East Germany, but especially East Germany has a really high potential for green electricity, which exceeds the current demand by a factor of 12, as previous analyses of Fraunhofer show, and by other institutes as well. And this offers excellent opportunities for attracting new businesses and building more robust and sustainable value chains. So it's a big chance, not only for Lusatia, but for all of Germany and all of Europe, actually. And why is that? Because the full costs of green electricity in Germany and elsewhere, they are dropping. You know that. And for example, in East Germany, again, there is very high potential of nearly 150 terawatt hours, which can be produced at a cost of below 50 euros per megawatt hour. So this is where we are now. And this is, there's a lot of happening. And this one is a news or current news from the early September from the Süddeutsche Zeitung. And as I've written here, it says unions want more climate protection. And actually this is, I can say finally, and it's not surprising because climate protection and economic development are not contrary. They go hand in hand, and climate protection is important for future welfare and for future economy and business. And I also highlight this news from regarding the unions, which of course is only one newspaper was written that has written it, but this is some kind of a trend in Germany and elsewhere. This has changed a lot over the past few years, and it's important, I think, to highlight how this has happened, to learn from it for the future. And yes, before I get to that, I want to tell you a bit more about Lusatia. You already know from the previous presentations where we are in Germany and even a bit in Poland as well. And the Czech Republic is nearby. We are in between Berlin, Dresden and Leipzig, and our major city is Cottbus with a population of about 100,000 people. Altogether, there are a bit more than 1.2 or 1.1 million inhabitants living here, and it's made up of 7 administrative districts. One of them are in Brandenburg and 2 of them in Saxony. I could tell you about a lot of our beautiful nature and people, like large artificial lakes, Spreewald and so on. But today I want to talk more about economic structure, of course. And as you know, this is still dominated by lignite mining, refining and power generation. Currently approximately 7,000 employees at our mining and power generation company LEAG are working in this business. Currently 4 mines and 3 large power plants. And there are a couple of thousand people associated with it in addition. And local wealth, identity, many small and medium enterprises are closely linked to this industry. As we've heard before about the city of Bedburg, for example. Other important industries are steel and metal, chemicals, mechanical engineering, and mechanical plant construction as well. What about our pros? We have a strong energy infrastructure. We have important research facilities such as the Brandenburg Technical University. In Cottbus and Senftenberg, we have highly skilled professionals and a rich culture. But we also have difficult demographics, the number of larger companies and startups, as well as the level of research and development are below German average. We have a quite weak public transport infrastructure, and we have an improvable rail and road network. And this is nothing, I can experience it living here for more than 5 years now, but this is also being done, or there's done a lot of research on that concerning this coal commissions, which we heard earlier and which I'm going to talk about a bit more again as well. And so our current situation is difficult to, for example, Rhineland in this case. Also, we have seen this kind of animation before for the Rhineland, but I still want to show it to you, but with a little bit different storyline. Here you see like an 80 kilometers times 80 kilometers square of the central mining region of Lusatia, and the change it has gone through since during the last 30 years. And I hope you can see it, yes. And yeah, it's not only that a lot of energy has been produced due to mining, but also villages vanished, people lost their homes, the landscape changed a lot, of course. Land recultivation had to be done, and there's a lot of know-how regarding that. Now we have many large artificial lakes, as I said before. Some of them are slowly developed, are still, and kind of every Lusatian person is related to this business and to this topic. And yeah, many took sides, mostly with the mining industry, of course, but also a growing number over the years, a growing number of people felt that something had to change. And those people, some of them left Lusatia, so I'm talking about this in a minute, and some of them stayed and still try. They got engaged and they still try to help with the just transition, which is still a long way to go, of course. And yes, yeah, we've got a timeline starting at 1990 and ending at 2040. And we started like 30 years ago. There were 1.5 million people living in Lusatia. So it's the Saxony and the Brandenburg part. And almost 80,000 employees worked in mining and power generation. And over the last 30 years, we had a large shrinkage of our population at about 20% or minus 300,000 people. So that's a really large number, which Lusatia has to cope with. And at the same time, the workforce in mining and generation shrank by around 90%. So we now have 7,000 plus employees left, as I said before. And yes, in between, you already know that there has been the liberalization of energy sector in Europe and Germany. In 1998, there was the Kyoto Protocol. In 2000, we had the first Renewable Energies Act, EEG, in Germany. 2005, the EU emission trading scheme started. Then we had the world financial crisis in between. And so this is a long period. And all over the last 30 years, the total share of renewables in the consumption of electricity in Germany grew from 3% to 45%, so almost half of it now. And it led to roughly 37% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in Germany. And this reduction is not only due to renewables, but it's of course due to the shutting down of power generation, mainly in East Germany, and large industries after the reunification. And yes, then we had the Paris Agreement, you know it, 2015, it's already 6 years ago. 1 year later, the large mining and generation company Vattenfall sold its Lusatian business to the Czech owner EPH PPF. The company is now called LEAG. Then 2018-19, there was the Commission on Growth, Structural Change and Employment. We already heard a lot about that. And last year we had the Coal Phase Out Act and the Act on Structural Change in Coal Mining Areas. In parallel, the European Union has worked out the European Green Deal for achieving carbon neutral Europe until 2050. And for Germany, we already learned 2038 or 2038, the last coal power plant should end its operation at the latest. To be honest, I personally think this is going to happen. That's too late and has to happen faster and earlier. And I think, or I know, many people in Germany who work really hard to achieve that, and to still want to keep a prosperous industry and society, of course. And yes, in parallel, also important, over the last couple of years, more than 5 years, there has been a really well-organized and joint development of visions, strategies, solutions, and projects for a just transition in Lusatia. So really many people are involved in that. And just one thought again, you can't really blame people and companies if they act economically reasonable. It has to be the system which incentivizes, of course, climate-friendly business models. And this is one thing I think it's still a bit missing. And yeah, we have to really work on that more. Yes, we already learned about the Commission on Growth, Structural Change and Employment. So I won't talk too much about that. Again, have been many important representatives of economic, energy and environmental associations, unions and science, as well as the coal regions. And the major outcome of this joint and transparent elaboration of recommendations for the coal phase out has been 3 or 4 points. It's a substantiated identification of the structural strengths and weaknesses of German coal regions, as well as their future perspectives. They have worked out some very important recommendations for a just transition of coal regions and agreed on milestones and processes for monitoring and evaluation. And this report has been the foundation for those 2 acts we already heard about. And yes, I think when this commission worked, I first was a bit disappointed because I thought we already been that far and know what the goals are and the challenges are and what the solutions are. But I was wrong, and many people have been wrong as well. And so, in my point of view, the important outcome is not only the large amount of funding or money that is put into the coal regions, but it's also has been very important for reaching a new communication level, raising awareness for each other's situation, for learning from one another, renewables and mining, city and rural areas, for example, and for finding compromises and solutions for a major challenge of our times. Of course, compromises on climate protection, it's kind of a contradiction, but too many compromises, they slow down the transition and they lead to higher costs, but still it's necessary to talk, to communicate, and to find compromises anyhow. So, yes, you know about the 40 billion euros extra financial aid. This is without the compensation for the 2 major mining and power generation companies, RWE and LEAG. They got another 4 billion euros for shutting down their mining and coal power plant business. And of this 40 billion euros, about 43% go into the Lusatian region, so Brandenburg and Saxony, for the next still 17 years now. And so this is about 6,000 million or 6 billion euros for Lusatia. And the main target group of this funding is municipalities. They can, of course, partner with private companies, but mainly it's the funding for future economy-related infrastructure, for urban and regional development, for planning, for public transport, for digitization, broadband and cellular networks, for research and development, for innovation and technology transfer, for climate and environmental protection, of course, nature conservation, public care and tourism. So it's a very broad scope of funding, and it just shows the many fields of actions we still have, and which in many cases have been kind of forgotten during the last 30 years. So we have to catch up on that. And then there's this federal, or this funding by the Federal Republic. It's about 11 billion euros for Lusatia, and this is for the improvement and modernization of the federal road and railroad infrastructure, for existing and new institutions, for research and development. I'm going to talk about that in 1 or 2 minutes, about new federal institutions and agencies and competence centers and think tanks and so on. And as well for topping up of existing funding programs solely for coal regions, which there are quite a lot, and not just the Just Transition Fund, but also some important national ones. And yes, all this work and this work of the Commission and these recommendations not only have led to a much higher attention for the situation in Lusatia and other coal regions, but also to the provision of a large amount of money. So this is, as I said, of course important, but because without that money, we couldn't start to catch up again. And so here are some examples for the important new institutes. So there is a Competence Center on Climate Change Mitigation in Energy-Intensive Industries from the BMU. There is US, Fraunhofer Research Institution for Energy Infrastructures and Geothermal Systems. There is a new office of the Federal Office for Economic Affairs and Export Control in Weißwasser and Saxony for a few hundred people. The German Bahn, Deutsche Bahn, are building a new one of the most modern maintenance plants for trains and for the conversion of locomotives from diesel to hybrid electric engines in Cottbus for about 1,200 new employees. The DLR, Deutsches Zentrum für Luft- und Raumfahrt, opens an institute for low carbon and has opened an institute for low carbon industrial processes in Cottbus. And a PTX lab, Power to X, has been opened and funded. And a new chair for the decarbonization of industry at our university, Technical University in Cottbus, is also being funded and opened. So there's a lot happening. And I want to conclude on this part that we have visions, we have targets, we have plans, we have funding, we have new institutes and projects. They all now exist. What the just energy transition, not only in Lusatia, still lacks now is first a more stable and consistent national framework for strategic investments and rational market behavior. For example, fair CO2 pricing, not only national but European-wide. Incentives that still support climate damaging activities have to be reduced, of course. And we need, in Germany especially, we need a reform on the energy pricing mechanisms overall. It's like fees, taxes, grid charges. This is all a bit too complicated for the energy transition and has to be changed. And the second thing we need is enough professionals to solve, plan, optimize, and realize all those challenges and innovative projects. Because as I said already, many people, young people especially, have left Lusatia, and only slowly people are coming back, and it's really hard to attract new professionals to Lusatia, since almost every region in Germany and Europe needs new professionals or professionals that work on those topics. So that's a really difficult and important task. Here are some examples for interesting projects and investments for the energy transition in Lusatia. So it's all about battery storage, large PV and wind turbines, regional, decentralized, centralized, hydrogen, of course, floating PV on the artificial lakes, and about circular economy and so on. So we have, for 2 years now, we have a hydrogen network in Lusatia, which is still growing and doing a lot of good work. LEAG, our big company, has built a large battery storage facility close to an existing power plant, which has 50 megawatts and 50 megawatts hours capacity, 50 megawatts installed and 53 megawatt hours capacity. And yes, we have an investment of our large or major industrial player BASF in Schwarzheide, who invests in a battery materials factory, a new one. And as you know, Tesla isn't far away with its new factory from Lusatia either. We have a new subsidy or company of EPH, which is called EP New Energies. They are closely related to LEAG. They now invest in renewables at a large scale, and they use the former open pit mining areas for that as well, or they plan to do that. And of course, that's a very good idea, not a new idea, but a really important one. Floating PV next to Cottbus is one idea, as I said already. Large photovoltaics or solar PV plants, which work without subsidies, and they refinance themselves on the energy market or electricity market. And also for example, a new battery recycling prototype plant in Schwarzheide, again from BASF. And these are only the more prominent examples. Of course, there are many more from the smaller companies and people in Lusatia as well. Anyway, or anyhow, there are still some setbacks. It's not all good. Just today or yesterday, Vestas Blades announced the news that they are going to, or that they are planning the closure of its Lauchhammer factory, besides two other factories in Europe, which would affect around 460 employees. And this in a time when everybody is talking about new industries and about more wind turbines being built. So that's kind of surprising, and I'm very curious how that is going to develop. I really can't think of a company like that turning its back on Lusatia at this period or this important moment. And then I just want to highlight two interesting projects, or very interesting project on coupled energy systems based on renewables and green hydrogen. So there's this chemical park of BASF Schwarzheide on the left and the industrial park Schwarze Pumpe on the right hand side. They've got large real-world laboratory projects for sector coupling, using renewable energies, using, for example, in Schwarzheide, BASF, a large CCGT plant. They have the chemical industry. They want to build electrolyzers and power-to-heat and power-to-X facilities. And in Schwarze Pumpe, it is a similar project, but with a higher focus on hydrogen storage and on producing or reproducing electricity based on green hydrogen as well. So these are very important examples for projects on the energy transitions in our region. But it's not all about electricity, of course. This is the basis, but it's also about green heat for climate-friendly cities, districts, businesses, and industries. And one topic is heat grids 4.0, the transformation of existing heat networks and building new ones. And this is kind of I'm leading to what we are doing, as for example, as Fraunhofer, and all over Lusatia. Smaller towns like Bedburg in the Rhineland district. In Lusatia, we have similar ones like Spremberg and, of course, Cottbus and Guben and so on and Forst. They more or less depend on hard coal or lignite for their district heating networks, and they are developing new concepts for coupled and more sustainable heating and cooling systems based on waste heat and renewables. And there are several innovative projects harnessing geothermal, solar thermal, or hydrothermal energy using large high-temperature heat pumps, integrated thermodynamic converters, and coupled energy systems with short or long-term storage facilities. So this is all under development. Of course, it takes time. And yes, now about Fraunhofer. We are one of those research institutions which want to help with this transition, of course. And as my previous speaker has told you about Fraunhofer already, I can skip directly to our institute. It's the second youngest research unit of Fraunhofer, less than 2 years old, based on the coalition agreement of 2018. We are on purpose located in the German coal and lignite mining regions, which you can see on the map. Our directors are Professor Dr. Bracke in Bochum and Professor Dr. Rakwitz in Cottbus. And for example, we coordinate the Fraunhofer Hydrogen Network, which consists of 32 institutes. We are part of the Fraunhofer Energy Alliance, 18 institutes, and we are part of the Fraunhofer Cluster of Excellence for Integrated Energy Systems with 8 institutes. And we have, of course, some very important cooperations with the local research institutions and universities. Our research topics are all about shaping the climate neutral energy systems of the future, and not only in Lusatia, but all over Germany and Europe. That's our aim. This is only a short overview, of course. Integrated energy infrastructures, transport networks, distribution networks, district heating, hydrogen, of course, system transformation, technology transfer, then the whole topic of geothermal energy and geo-resources, deep geothermal industry, extraction, storage, carbon capture and storage or utilization especially. Yes, I said it already, green heat, everything which is needed for that. And also monitoring, control, regulation and automation of energy systems, digitization of course, and last but not least, on our sites, we have large-scale demonstrators, and we are building real-world laboratories to show what can be done. So this is my last slide. Thanks so far, and I kind of put my personal just energy transition cycle here, and for the summary and lesson learned. Foremost, change requires a vision, a strong desire to change or to do so, and it takes time, a lot of time. So hence you have to start as early as possible, of course. Not only the companies, but politics as well. And it all starts with climate protection, which is the foundation for future of prosperity, social justice and freedom. This, of course, requires renewable energies, a lot of them in Europe and all over the world. But they are abundant, they are sustainable, and they are now economically competitive, combined with storage facilities and so on, and sector coupling. So those renewable energies, they require investment, of course, large investments, but these are investment in the future. They need money, private money, public money, funding, of course, but also business cases for economic efficiency. And this needs the industry. So without the industry, we can't do that. And the industry itself wants carbon neutral supply chains by now. And this, of course, needs planning reliability for not only 1 or 2 years in advance, but for 10 or 20 years in advance. And this is one really important challenge we have to tackle, and we find solutions. Industry, and therefore we need good governance, not only in companies but also in politics, that provide consistent legal framework, attractive incentives, and they have to set good examples, of course. As we heard earlier, public procurement is important for that. Last but not least, all of this needs people, motivated people, courageous people, and qualified people. And they, of course, need a good education. They need safe jobs for their future. They want good living conditions. They want respect, and they want honesty by their company leaders, but also by politicians. And so this is all really, belongs together and shouldn't be forgotten when planning a just energy transition and working on our future. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
this part.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drexler. It's been a pleasure having you here. Thank you very much. Just briefly, if there's maybe we have time for one question. We're running a little bit behind. Do you have any questions from Mr. Drexler from the audience? None. So thank you very much for being with us. It's been our pleasure. Stay safe and talk to you very soon, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go now to the next speaker. We're going to welcome Rüdiger Bösing, the Commercial Director for Northeast in Energy from Waste. The topic of the conversation is the contribution of recycling of heat waste to energy transformation and circular economy. So, Mr. Bösing, can you hear us? Are we online?
Hear you? Can you hear me too?
We can hear you very well, and we can also see your presentation.
Oh, thank you. I'm together here with my colleague, Mr. Melcher, and we have two parts of the presentation, and Mr. Melcher will start.
Yes, thank you, Rüdiger. I will start. So let me flip through the slides. Does it work? No, it didn't work.
We do see the slide, but it needs to go into presentation mode. So
yes,
I believe F5 is the magic key.
Yes, I know, but it didn't work. So hope you see the slides.
Yeah, we see the basic layout, so it's okay.
No, I have it here. Okay. So yeah, today we shared the presentation in two parts. So main speaker today is Rüdiger Bösing. He's with EW since almost 3 decades. He's responsible as a managing director for the region of Northeast Germany. So, and myself, Glenn Melcher, I'm head of investor relations since last year with EW. So I will run you quickly through an introduction of EEW. So starting with a quick at a glance. So we have fixed 17 waste-to-energy plants all over Germany, 1 in Luxembourg and 1 in the Netherlands. We are market leader in our respective sector. So we have almost 28% in the private waste-to-energy sector. With almost 5 million tons of waste processed in 2020. We have a cogeneration afterwards with electricity, heat and steam generated. We have long-lasting input waste streams and contracts. So that's very important to have a decent planning behind the investments. And we have over 1,250 employees. Altogether, we generate about 600 million euros in revenues per year. So we come to the topic that's most important for you. We have a long history.
Excuse me, can I just interrupt you? All we're seeing is your first slide. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have the presentation here and click through the slides, so very sorry.
Yeah, so this is...
Start again.
Let's try this, okay? No, we're back at slide 1.
Okay. Can you see it?
Unfortunately, no. Yeah, this is what happens with these online conferences. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get everything working.
Does it work? Can you see the slides? I have it here already. I can flip through the slides. Rüdiger, maybe you can share it.
I will try to. I will have a look to your slides. Let me see. So, just a moment, please. So, I will try to do it. So, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we see the presentation now.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, Rüdiger, yeah, really, it works. I can see it.
So, we have been at this point, and Mr. Melcher can continue, please.
Yes, we have a long history. Almost 150 years ago, we started as in the region of Helmstedt. That's a coal mining region, lignite, open cast, as all the others I've seen so far in this conference. But very early, we start to co-incinerate waste. So in the 90s already, we have an additional segment just for waste. And over the years, we continuously developed this segment, and we have a transformation. And this transformation speeds up since 2017. So we push our group and our company towards more renewable energy. So you see the green leaves all over this horizon from 2070 onwards. So we try to become a more sustainable company. So we have a long history of transformation and optimization. We have a long focus. We are future orientated, and we are not there yet. So it's very, very complicated to be in this very transition. All others tell you the same. So we are still in the same situation, but we cope with it since a couple of years. So Rüdiger, we can go on. Next slide. Thank you. Just a quick overview of our business model. So waste input is the most important revenue stream. Almost 60% of our revenues is generated by waste input. So we accept waste from others, from municipalities, from other clients, industry, and so on. They want to dispose their waste, and we accept the waste, and they pay us for it. On the other side, we have the output stream with process, district heat, and electricity power generation. A smaller and minor part is the operatorship. So we operate waste to energy plants for others, for owners. In some cases, we finance, in addition, the plants for others. So that's very important to understand. Here you can see a map all over Germany, including the Netherlands and Luxembourg. You see our plant fleet. It's a large plant fleet, and most of the plants are have a high capacity. You see 500 or over 500, 600 million tons. That's quite a large number. On the bottom, you can see the 5 plants we have under operatorship, but we acquired one last year. So this plant in Pirmasens will become ownership in a couple of years. So that's from my side. Just a quick overview. Rüdiger, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dan. I think thermal treatment can play an important role in advancing circular economy. We are a part of industry, reduction of landfill. That was the first aim we had in 2005. And in the last years, more and more, we have energy output to district heating, to customers who needs thermal energy or electrical energy. And I will show you two examples which we have in Hanover and in Helmstedt, where we have some projects. You can see the case studies, and the previous speaker, Mr. Drexler, has shown you the vision for Lusatia. A part of these visions we have realized at our plants. For example, in Hanover, we started in operation in 2005. And that time we only produced electrical power, nearly 19.5 megawatts per hour. And we burn in that time 250,000 tons of waste a year. Now we have a combination with the district heating system of the local energy company, and we deliver to them about 300 gigawatt hours of district heating. And so we can reduce the CO2 emissions in a very high level. We replaced gas and coal-fired plants of this company. And that is one of our ways to become a more sustainable company, and it's more energy efficient. And it could be a way for companies in all European countries. So we have long contracts, about 20 years for delivering district heating, and it operates very well. Today I'm in Hanover, and I can send greetings from Hanover to you. Second case study we can show you is in Helmstedt. We are planning a green energy hub. The idea of this is to produce hydrogen with the electricity of our waste incineration plant and with electricity from the grid, which is produced by wind or PV plants. So we have green energy, which leads to green hydrogen, and we want to capture the CO2 of our flue gas, of our clean flue gas, and produce with that together methane or methanol for usage in transport systems, for example, or other industrial behaviors. It's a project which is in discussion now because the business case don't work if the framework of the political law is not in the right way. But we are on a good track, and we think we can finalize this project in 2026. And it's similar to the projects they are planning in Lusatia, as Mr. Drexler from Fraunhofer Institute told you before. So you can see we have a lot of possibilities with our waste-to-energy plants in Germany, and we are on track with this green projects nowadays. Yeah, that's the most important things. Maybe we have an idea in the future. In Helmstedt, we are just burning 500,000 tons a year of waste, and that produces 500,000 tons CO2, and that can help to, if we all capture, we can realize electrolyzer of 400 megawatts capacity, and that leads to 300,000 tons methanol a year. That's a lot, I think, to deliver to the transport sector. Yes, that's all from me.
Yes, we are on time. So, key takeaways. We incinerate non-recyclable waste, So that reduces landfilling and pollutants. We recover renewable energy 24/7, so kind of base load. We empower the heat transition. That's most important to us. It's not all electrified, so we need heat and steam as well for the industry and for heat transition. We enable high quality recycling of resources from the ashes, metals, phosphorus from sewage sludge and so on. We are working hard on decarbonization by replacing fossil fuels, especially in the heat sector, and we see our CO2 emissions as a resource for the chemical industry or for power-to-X e-fuels. So that's the key takeaway. So we are part of the solution and not the problem. And as you can see, or as I mentioned before, we came from lignite incineration and changed it a couple of years ago, for sure, to waste to energy. So that could be a way to find the right way for the transformation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you for your presentation. I think it was extremely interesting. Like you said, let's change a problem into a solution, and let's find a way of going into the green energy, green future together. Are there any questions from the audience? I know there has been discussion about long-distance heating before. Do we have any questions about that? Nope. So thank you very much. If we're going to have any questions later on, we're going to definitely contact you, Mr. No, we actually do have a question here from the municipality. They're probably going to be asking about, 40,000 people getting their heat in Velenje remotely. Go ahead, Mr. Mori.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Istok Mori. I came from municipality of Velenje, and I would ask you, what ownership is actually your district heating? Is it like a municipality ownership, or is private, or maybe it's a mix? Thank you for the answer.
It's a municipality. Genau.
So 100% owned by the municipality?
Yes. So we have just the plant. We invest just a minor amount for the how can I say, to decoupling the heat. So that's our investment. And afterwards, the pipeline and all the distribution stations and so on is fully owned by the municipalities. That's the reason why we have so long contracts. So it's a long-term partnership due to the investments on both sides, okay, but more for the municipalities. Okay. They are interested in, so to cover their investment with a long contract.
So and the municipality is also the shareholder of EEW.
No.
This is I think this is your question, right?
We are a private company.
Okay, I think that was a misunderstanding. That was the question: is what is your organization of EEW? What is your so you're a privately owned company?
Yes.
Are you publicly listed or private?
Private.
Okay. Okay. So that answers your question. So that's it. Thank you very much.
The production of the heat and the waste incineration is private, but the heat network for the municipality is financed and owned by the municipality. So there's a cut.
Okay. Thank you very much for your help. I really appreciate it. A very interesting insight. This is something that we are definitely going to have to explore in Velenje as well. Thank you very much for your insight, and stay safe, and hope to see you soon in person as well. Thank you. So we're going to go to the...
Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're going to go to the last session. Bye-bye. We're going to go to the last session of today. So the last session is very exciting because it's also going to provide a lot of insight about Slovenia. We're going to welcome Ms. Sonja Risteska from Agora Energiewende Berlin, and she's going to talk about her presentation is entitled Ready for 55, about the decarbonization in Europe, and especially talking about how things are going on in Slovenia and Western Balkans. So Sonja Risteska from Agora Energiewende in Berlin.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Risteska. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very well. We're waiting for your
Great.
presentation, and we'll let you know if everything goes along well.
Okay, now I have just a question. How do I share the screen on Microsoft Teams here? I don't know, sorry.
Right there at the bottom, there's an option that says share screen, see?
Right on the...
Right at the
Wait,
bottom.
I don't have to. I can also just talk, to be honest, because I don't want to... I know it's the last day. And yes, sorry, I can't see the light right at the bottom. I should have checked with you on this before. Just a second. No, okay. Well, I don't have to. I can just discuss then like this if it's okay from your side. Thank you all for having me. Unfortunately, I was supposed to be there, but COVID stopped me from coming. My name is Sonja Ristiska. I come from Agora Energiewende. It's a think tank based in Berlin, but we also have offices in Brussels, Bangkok, and Beijing. So basically, we work on the energy transition issues around the world. Basically, everywhere there is a lot of fossil fuels, especially coal, and we're trying to find solutions of how to decarbonize the economies. My main area of work is the region of Southeast Europe. With a focus on the Western Balkans and their neighbors, the countries which are already in the EU, specifically Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and Croatia. What I would like to talk to you today mainly is research that we've been, as a think tank, as a non-for-profit research institution, we are working on trying to find solutions of how can we decarbonize the power sector of the region by 2030 or 2040, depending on the country or depending on the targets. And we will have in 2 weeks' time, actually, for the summit in Ljubljana, for the EU and Western Balkan Summit in Ljubljana, we will have published 2 very important studies. One study deals with the phasing out of lignite in the Western Balkans by 2040, and the other study actually has to do with phasing out coal and lignite in the EU by 2030. So yeah, just as save the date, then on 4th of October, we'll have these 2 very important studies published right before the main summit during the Slovenian presidency. What I would like to just maybe talk to you a bit briefly today is basically why we are doing this, or what do we envisage as scenarios in the future, and that's basically where the situation is today, and as we have the targets today, and those targets, as we know, are minus 55 reductions of emissions in 2030 compared to 1990 on EU level, means that the coal phase out needs to be severely accelerated in the next 10 years. This will not only, of course, depend on what the Commission sets as targets, but also on what kind of policies the countries themselves will have, and not only for the coal phase-out and just transition plans, but also for the renewables deployment. I mean, I don't know how much you're following the debate lately, but in the last few weeks, the prices, the wholesale prices on EU level have actually been quite heavily increasing because the coal phase-out, it's already a process which is happening, but the deployment of renewables has actually not been following this process with the same speed, which means that we were left in a situation where there is not enough cheap renewables in the system and we need to rely on expensive gas. So basically, in the next 10 years, we will need to resolve this issue and actually increase the deployment of renewables substantially. What our research has shown is basically that we need to increase by over 5 percentage points of deployment of renewables. And when I'm talking about renewables, of course, I'm talking about coal, I'm talking about wind, and I'm talking about solar. and we need to increase basically the shares by over 5 percentage points by 2030. So that doesn't leave, of course, much time. It needs, apart from, of course, having targets and apart from having a high CO2 price in the ETS, actually the final breaking of the final barriers on national, regional, local levels within the countries themselves of deploying renewables, which meaning that we will need to finally deal with the breaking down of the barriers that exist in the regulatory environment and in the planning and permitting processes. So basically this is...
Can I just interrupt you for a second? We launched the
Yes.
presentation, now we have it, we see it. So if
Thank
you let us know what slide
Yes,
you're
yes,
on,
yes.
we can move forward.
You can absolutely go to slide, sorry, it's to slide 5. Thank you.
Okay, we're on slide 5, and when you want us to move, just let us know, okay?
Yes, no problem. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
I mean, this is what I've been talking basically, that in 9 years we will need to we will need to shut down the remaining 28 gigawatts of coal capacities, and we will need to actually substitute with 100 gigawatts of wind onshore and PV and minor flexible gas capacity in this amount of time. Of course, I mean, in the upcoming period, all the sectors from research companies, governments, etc., will have to figure out a way how this is possible and how this can be done, and under which CO2 price. Next slide, please. Basically, on the slide, on the graphs, you will see what our assumptions and our scenarios is and how this will look like on EU level. As you can see, mainly what we see, as I said, is the acceleration of the renewables share, and that's wind, onshore wind and solar by 2030. When we are actually talking about gas, since we already actually started talking about gas and the issues we have with the gas supply on European level, please, the next slide. Our assumptions is that, yes, of course, once the coal phase out is starting and it's being accelerated, there will be some necessity for additional gas capacity. This is equal for most of the countries in the EU, include here Slovenia as well. And this is mainly driven because of the CO2 price and the fuel switch, but also the reduction of the coal capacities. However, as we see more and more deployment of wind and PV, the gas capacities are there in the system increasingly to provide the flexibility and to maintain the security of supply, but not really for the generation, because as you have more and more cheap renewables in the system, of course, you rely more and more on them. Of course, I mean, as I said, in a few weeks, once I prepared this presentation until today, there have been some changes on European level, and we saw that, and we see actually what it means when there is not enough renewables in the system, and then you have to rely on expensive gas, and what does this mean at the end of the day for the wholesale prices and for the consumer prices. So this is also something to be taken into account, but of course not to put a damper on the entire energy transition. It's I would say even good to have these situations earlier in the process of the energy transition, so that it can be tweaked in order to avoid even larger problems once we need to actually get to the targets in 2030. So please go to the slide number 9. So not next slide, the slide after that. I will actually just focus on Slovenia because the presentation is in Slovenia. I mean, Slovenia officially, as far as I know, still hasn't decided which is the final date for the coal phase-out processes. Of course, like all the other EU countries, it is looking into doing the coal phase-out eventually, especially because with such high targets and with a long-term 2050 decarbonization of the EU economy, this will need to happen eventually. But in any case, we looked a bit more into details into the Slovenian power sector and its development, and the conclusion is that Slovenia can safely, with a price of 65 euros per ton of CO2 and ambitious renewables policies, it can safely shut down its remaining coal megawatts by 2030 and replace them, as you can see from the the slide, mainly with solar, with some wind, and then there is also some gas in the system. We don't really foresee much development when it comes to nuclear or the hydro. That stays mainly the same throughout all the scenarios. Basically, what you have now in the system in nuclear and in hydro, it stays the same by 2030. Next slide, please. Of course, this means that this requires funding and a lot of money. And depending on which kind of scenario you focus on or how much you want to deploy from which source, especially whether we are talking here about a bit of a larger gas expansion or this all solar, there are like different ballpark sums that you can go with. But all in all, our assumption is that around 1 billion euros will be needed in investments, and this will be again mainly channeled towards new PV assets. Next slide, please. And this is the slide, of course, that I want to focus on, and that's the wholesale price. Basically, what we see on our assumptions, which have been done a few months ago, to be honest, is that no matter what kind of scenario you use, once you start with a coal phase out, the prices, wholesale prices will increase. Of course, this is at the end of the day, it's important to, look into the entire context and actually be aware that this is not something that will just continue. But once you have more and more, as I said, renewables in the system, the effect is mitigated. The modeling this clearly shows that as more we have cheap solar and especially cheap solar in the case of Slovenia in the system by 2030, the effect at the end of the day on the wholesale prices is mitigated. I will just talk, maybe if you go to slide number 13, please. So basically, just a few words about the Western Balkans, because as I said, we will publish these two great studies where we look into the entire, then I would say, European power system, excluding Ukraine and some other countries. When we are talking about the Western Balkans or the neighbors of Slovenia, the situation is a bit different because the countries are not in the EU, but they want to become members of the EU one day. But the market is, of course, interconnected, and it's, they are aspiring to also be, to one day have coupled markets with their EU neighbors. The situation there is a bit different because these countries are even, I would say, maybe 10 years behind countries like Slovenia and their other neighbors when it comes to the energy transition. They're still heavily relying on old lignite units. And of course, this is also helped by the fact that these countries do not have any carbon pricing in their system, which means that there is no real price on the lignite that they are excavating and using in their power system, and also exporting into the EU. So we also look, and not only that, but actually the Western Balkans is one of the, I would say, maybe the only remaining region in the EU that actually plans to build new lignite units in the upcoming years. Even now, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, there are plans to build new lignite units, and we wanted to actually look into what is the business case of actually building such new units of coal in Europe after all the policies, all the regulation targets, CO2, rising ETS prices, etc., are in place. So I would just then maybe go to not next slide, but the slide with carbon border adjustment mechanism, because I think this is actually quite important as the neighbors of the EU. The Commission, with the whole package now that it introduced the Fit for 55, or part of the Fit for 55 package, was this very brand new policy towards its neighborhood. Towards the general in its trade, but also towards its neighborhood when we are talking about electricity, and that's the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Basically meaning that whatever the EU countries import as electricity from their neighbors, then it will have to, at the end, be taxed is electricity, is the electricity is produced within the EU and is part of the ETS, which means that the cheap lignite will finally get some price if the countries in the Western Balkans want to export that. This actually means that it will have an impact, an effect on their business plans for the future, because they won't be able to just export without paying any carbon price on their production. We looked into this even before the CBAM was introduced by the Commission in July, and actually this is even the more conservative, I would say, assumption, and that is that absolutely no newly planned unit in the Western Balkans would be profitable under any scheme of carbon pricing, which means that the future of lignite is a closed case anywhere, and in Southeast Europe as well. And that means that there is no business case for these units, and that means that the countries will absolutely need to divert their investments eventually, and starting as of now, planning to divert those investments into other options, and especially renewables. Of course, the CBAM is a proposal, is still being looked into. There is nothing final. We will see basically what will be the last decision on the Commission. The plan for now is that if for the region of the Western Balkans and for the energy community, it will have a bit of a delayed effect by 2030. So they want, the Commission is giving leverage to the region of the Western Balkans by 2030, that they will sort of in which period of time the countries of the Western Balkans will need to implement some pretty harsh reforms and integrate fully into the European power market in order to avoid paying CBAM, in order to avoid paying CBAM, but of course this doesn't mean that they will be excluded from any sort of carbon pricing. Of course, at the end of the day, this is to introduce some more of a level playing field in the electricity production, but also in the imports and the exports sector, especially in the region of Southeast Europe. So, I mean, I will stop here. As I said, basically, I just wanted shortly to present our research and our modeling and the studies that we will officially launch during the Slovenian presidency in 2 weeks' time. The conclusion is that basically there is no future for coal and for lignite nowhere, and not in Southeast Europe, not in the Western Balkans. And this is the main takeaway. And of course, in order to not have price shocks as we had recently, the deployment of renewables really need to be accelerated, and the countries really need to work on finally slashing the last barriers for that to happen. So thank you, and yeah, if you have any questions, please do. In any case, I wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Risteska. People have always told me that I speak fast and with energy, and I've got nothing on you, honestly. So thank you very much for this presentation. Real love to see passionate people, and I hope that we have some questions for her. We got a question from the audience. Like I said, really, really nice to see people with passion. Go ahead.
Ja, hvala lepa. Moje vprašanje se nanaša predvsem na to, ali ta študija oziroma raziskava, ki ste jo delali, obravnava tudi socialni in pa gospodarski vidik. To bi bilo prvo vprašanje, in drugo vprašanje je povezano s tem, ko bomo zadnjo termoelektrarno v Evropi zaprli, ali bo razpoložljiva električna energija identična tisti, kot jo imamo danes, ali pravzaprav lahko pričakujemo, da bomo zatem imeli več razpoložljive električne energije ali manj razpoložljive električne energije, in seveda, če ste tudi kaj obravnavali, kakšen bo vpliv na končno ceno oziroma kaj to pomeni na koncu dneva za gospodinjstvo in za gospodarstvo.
Thank you. Okay, I understood almost everything. I'm sorry if I didn't understand something from the last question. We didn't look into the distribution of the social impact. These are studies that just look at the power sector and the impact that the coal phase out would have mainly on the stability, on the security of supply, and whether we can really just replace in a certain amount of time the coal with renewables. So this was the main point, just looking into the power sector and its cost, in the cost. So basically the total system costs within the power sector. Sorry for the second question, I did not understand. If you can just translate
yeah, sure.
it,
No problem. So the question is, When the last thermal power plant is extinguished, what is your expectation? Are we going to have more energy? Are we going to have less energy? And most importantly, what is the price of it going to be?
Yeah, good question. Well, honestly, it depends from, I would say, country and region to region. I think that and also depends on whether you're going to focus mainly on solar, then wind, whether you're going to use storage, etc. I think, I mean, I talked about it a bit, the prices will definitely rise, and this is something that, but they will rise irrespective of how much you accelerate the renewables deployment, simply because the CO2 allowance prices within the ETS will continue to rise, and the fuel prices are rising, and this can be honestly mitigated just by introducing more and more cheap sources into the system, and that's of course mainly solar and then also wind. But yeah, I mean, we looked into all of the scenarios, to be honest, even the previous scenarios with 40% reduction of emissions by in 2030, and in all of the scenarios the wholesale prices is increasing. How do you mitigate it? It depends on what you introduce into the system from renewables. Of course, I mean, we can also discuss here energy efficiency in the system, etc., but this was not, just to say, this was not part of our study. For the Western Balkans, quite interesting. It can there have been also, I think we have it touched upon it in our study a bit, because it already has good hydro potential. It can actually serve as a balancing. It can serve as balancing for its neighbors. The hydro can serve as basically a balancing source, not only for the Western Balkans but also for the neighbors. This, of course, requires integrated regional power market. This is something that Agora Energiewende has been promoting and working on for the past, I would say, honestly, more than 3 years. This is something that is part of the energy communities, and also something that now the Commission and DG Energy is also pushing towards. Once you have, because the region is smaller, but it has good capacities from solar, wind, also hydro in certain regions. Once it's integrated, it's actually easier to introduce more renewables, because then you can use the hydro that is already existing for balancing. And there is, just to add at the end, there is one study that we've done a few years ago about flexibility of the power system in Southeast Europe, which actually showed that you never have at the same time, for instance, wind in the south and the north of the region, which means that there is always certain wind capacities that are available in the system, and also certain solar capacities that are available in the system. But again, for this, you need for the countries in the region to cooperate a bit more and have an interconnected market, and of course trust each other a bit more, that once one country doesn't have certain source, then it can get it from the other, from the neighbors, etc.
Thank you for your answer. We have another question.
Okay, can you hear me? Sonia, just one short question. You mentioned gas. I don't think the gas is the future, because it's fossil fuel.
Yes, it's not. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I was just focusing up until 2030, to be honest. So yeah, apologies that, of course, I mean, I wasn't talking about the long-term planning that, I mean, by 2050 anyhow, with the decarbonization, there should not be any gas in the system, but it should be replaced with hydrogen and other, of course, clean fuels. It's just that in the period of time, I mean, this is the research that we've done for the EU countries by 2030, it looks into reaching the target of -55 in 2030, which means that once you shut down as soon as possible the coal units, you would need some gas in the system because of this reason. But this doesn't increase after 2030. After 2030, of course, the focus is mainly on just deploying renewables and, as I said, other clean fuels. But this was not the, I mean, the focus on the EU study. And for the Western Balkans, it's the same situation really, that by 2040 and slowly shutting down the coal units, there needs to be some gas in the system for flexibility purposes and maintaining security of supply, but this is really it. So it's just not to make any mistakes that I'm promoting, absolutely not.
Thank you very much. We have more questions coming here.
Ja, še eno vprašanje. Zakaj pri dogovoru -55 govorimo samo o energetiki, če vemo, da je to dogovorjeno, da se bo ta višja obremenitev razdelila med vse sektore, ki pa niso določeni, kateri in koliko. Hvala.
So we have a question. You understood the question? Okay.
Yes, that's only for the power sector, right? It's not for the other sectors, this minus
Yeah,
55.
yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is the issue is with the power sector, the transition has already started. So this is, even though it's difficult, especially for the regions which will be directly affected, it's the easiest way to do it because we already started with the transition and we already have the cheap resources to replace the old resources, which is not the same with transport and heating, which are the next big things and blocks, I would say, that need to go through the transition. That's why you probably, if you followed the discussion on EU level, it's the proposal to have this additional or new extended ETS, which will actually put a price on emissions from transport and from heating. And I think here, I mean, this will be one of maybe probably the more difficult sectors to also transition because it directly affects households as well, and how you do transition there will have this direct effect on not only on prices but also on income, on the bills, on energy poverty, etc. But I do agree that the larger chunk of the minus 55 by 2030 will be achieved only by the acceleration of the coal phase out and the acceleration of the renewables feed in.
Thank you, Mr. Isteska. We have one more question here. Go ahead. Just need to put turn your microphone on.
1, 2, 3. Just short question. How you consider nuclear energy in terms of this reform? We know we are going from somewhere, but we are not sure where we're going. And what is about countries where is significant impact of nuclear energy? Is it okay over there? Or could nuclear energy could be one of solution according to your knowledge? I'm asking this because energy policy couldn't be considered seriously without taking into account also this factor, and I would really need a little bit more understanding about sense of reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, probably you know the situation in Germany that there is no, discussion on the nuclear phase out. I think it will be finalized next year, as far as I'm concerned. There is no indication that whatever new government is formed after Chancellor Merkel finally leaves, that they will touch upon this issue again. So this is like a closed issue, at least for Germany. For the other countries, in our modeling, and once the study is out, you can actually see that we don't plan or foresee any phase out of the existing nuclear unit in Slovenia. So we don't foresee any shutting down by 2030 of Krško. It's up to the countries which have nuclear in their mix to decide how they will proceed. I would only say one thing is that basically for nuclear, the amount of time you need to find for the country to secure the funding, to do all the permitting, to build it, it takes quite a lot. And there is not so much time left in order to do the transition, at least in the power sector. And renewables, especially cheap PV, it's already there and easily deployable, and the planning and the permitting can go much faster, and it costs less at the end of the day, and you can achieve basically the same security of supply in much shorter time and with less funding. Of course, this doesn't mean that the countries who have nuclear, I will say again, are not supposed to look into expanding those capacities throughout the years, but I wouldn't rely on achieving at least the 2030 targets just based on nuclear. I mean, at the end of the day, you would need really to expand the renewables in your system.
I'm really not sure that we have good understanding. For example, in terms of CO2 taxation, which is ongoing now, will energy from nuclear power plants will be taxed in this way? Or in Slovenia? No, will not be.
No,
So that means if Slovenia or my country build new nuclear power plant, we will fulfill all requirements of this energy reform.
Well, that depends on Slovenian national policy at the end of the day. And I say again whether I can secure such funding and such permitting in very short time. But as I said, I mean, we will. At least our modeling looked into how this can be achieved with solar and wind and how much that will cost. And doing the entire phase out of coal and phasing of wind and solar, it will cost Slovenia around 1 billion euros. So if you can, of course, I mean, it depends on the country. If you can do the same thing in 9 years with nuclear, I mean, yeah, it's up to you. I would say.
It's almost impossible, actually. Yes. Any additional questions? So, Ms. Risteska, it was great to have you. Thank you very much. If you were here, I would say, let's go out, hang out, and let's mingle, but unfortunately, no, so stay safe. And to everyone else, thank you very much for, I will not say surviving, but going through this first day. We got some very, very interesting insight, and see you tomorrow. Now you're welcome to join us outside for a drink and some socializing. Thank you.